Please proceed to take your seats. We've got a lot to do today. Some of it we've never done before. I feel like I'm cluttering you.
Listen, I can move downstairs. I'm the only one here, so I can move.
Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 10, 20, 40. Good morning. Good. Oh, thank you. So do you.
So after lunch. Okay, perfect.
What is it?
I was just checking to make sure I'm in the right spot at the right time.
Okay.
So you're good. 1 o'clock-ish. Thank you.
No, I just don't want to be in your way, but I don't need more room. All right, the chair recognizes quorum, so we're going to go ahead and get started this morning. You guys were perfect on time yesterday, so let's see if we can do better than that today. Welcome back. I know some of us had a rough night. Some of you had a rough night. The gala last night was fantastic. Thank you to those of you who attended that. Yes, I know that many of you were confused and concerned about why we were having a speaker who wasn't in some way, shape, or form a politician. Those of you who attended now know why. It was fantastic. Yeah. Also, your new administration chair and treasurer and everybody else who participated in that last night raised $17,000 at the gala. And of course, we do still have the silent auction items that are there in the back for you to consider. We will be closing that at 1 o'clock today. By the way, if you were at the debate Friday night and you are a delegate, you still will be receiving an email. It will be an open vote, similar to what you experienced yesterday, for your exit poll for that debate, or your straw poll after the debate. So that will be coming later today. We had some additional lifetime members join us last night as well, and I just want to, yes, thank you to everybody who did that. Can all of our lifetime members who are present stand up? Yes. Thank you, John. Yes. Thank you, everybody. We will be having a lifetime member luncheon at 11:30, and there are still some seats available. So if you are interested in that, you can see Andrew. You're a new chairman. Okay. A reminder about, I know some of you may be having to leave early today for traveling or whatever, or maybe you're just over it and you want to go home. You can check out when you do that at the credentials table so that we know whether or not we should be including you in votes and things like that as we move through the day. So please be sure to check out at the credentials table if you are leaving the convention. We are going to, I guess I should say I've called this meeting to order a few minutes ago. Thank you. We had a petition circulated to add a resolution to the agenda. It meets the requirements of getting a petition or getting something added to the agenda. And it is a resolution that will be added to the portion of the day under other business, which will be currently scheduled for 4:20. So just keep that in mind. We will have a resolution to consider at around that time when we take up other business, and that is currently the only thing we have for other business. So, oh, thank you. Yay. You need yours? Oh, you have yours? Okay. All right. Credentials Committee appears to be ready to speak to us.
Not quite yet.
Oh.
We would like to remind delegation captains, if you have not come to the credentials table and let us know how many people from your delegation have shown up, please do so at this time. That way we can issue your voter buttons or take buttons out and make sure that we have the right number seated for all delegations. So whenever we do report the quorum numbers here in just a moment, we'll have those accurate. Please and thank you.
Okay, so you still need people to come report their delegation counts
Yes.
and rosters so that you can give out voter buttons.
Right.
Okay, and then you can do your report.
You got it.
Okay, yeah, so let's get that taken care of pretty quickly. Mr. Huber. Okay. Is Jeffrey Neal in the room? Yes? Just come to the microphone there, and Mr. Neal just has something he wants to share with us this morning. Come on. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I do have an announcement I want to make, but first I want to say that there are leaders we have in this party that we can never thank enough. And I think that our outgoing chair, Whitney Bilyeu, has done a superb job at chairing this convention. I think she deserves a round of applause.
That is not what I called him up here for.
Whitney knows me well enough that back there's a hook to grab me off the stage because I love the microphone. But she also deserves a round of applause from us for her years of service to the Libertarian Party of Texas and the National Party as national chair. So let's give her another round of applause. The real reason I asked to speak to you guys is I'll keep this as short as I can. In November of this year, I never remember the exact dates, Liberty International is holding its first international conference in the U.S. in decades. Now, and it's going to be in Dallas-Fort Worth area. And Nancy and I have been asked, and we've accepted, that we are the official hosts of that event. And short story, for those of you who don't know what Liberty International is, it was founded in 1969, as in before the Libertarian Party of the US, as an organization to promote libertarian philosophies around the world. They rarely have their conferences in the US. We've been to quite a few of them, as diverse places as Norway, France, where else? My favorite really was in Mongolia. That was just like, who has a chance to go to Mongolia? And in Madrid last year. The thing that makes them really special is that there are going to be speakers from at least 5 continents: North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa. We're hoping to get somebody from Australia as well, but we're not holding out any hope at all from Antarctica. Sorry. And what makes it great is these speakers, when they come here, they participate with all of the attendees. One-on-ones, they're available through the whole conference. This isn't fly in a superstar, he talks and then, the police take him back to the airport. It's very interactive, and it's going to be really exciting. We passed out flyers yesterday. I have extras here. If you want to take some extras or come by and get one, take extras back to your county. We're hoping that a lot of people will come for a truly wonderful experience. Thank you very much.
For those of you who don't know, Jeffrey Neal was also LNC chair at some point and also LP Texas chair at some point. So thank you, Jeff. Of course, Pat Dixon. Where are you, Pat? Also former LP Texas chair, bunny ears. That takes me back. My first state convention was your last one as chair. It was wonderful. Mr. Huber, let's go for it. Yeah, just, you can come to that one there. We're still waiting for credentials, by the way. No, later.
Good morning. You may know that I'm here about approval voting. So first of all, I want to express some gratitude. Thank you for using approval voting, and thank you for showing up things that we might need to tweak a little bit in the rules concerning NOTA. So we're going to work on that. I'm going to talk with people here that we're promoting different methods of doing that, and we'll get that fixed, okay? I have results from yesterday's straw poll. As you can see on the screen, on the chart, you'll see when you could only vote for one, there's one candidate that dominated the vote, sucked all the air out of the room. He got 52%. That was Mr. Chase Oliver.
I don't know what the straw poll was, too. You know what straw poll is.
So that's when you can only vote for one. And look at the other candidates. Mike Tremont got 3%. Wow. Now let's go to approval voting. And when we look at that tab, you'll see again someone dominated the entire race. By the way, I can share this document with anyone who wants it. Either call me at 720-439-6000 or come by the booth. Happy to share it with you. Yes, go ahead. Okay. So, and I'm going to get to that. Okay. So Chase again dominated. But if you look at the other people who ran, we now see Mike Tremont as second. He was last in the vote for only one. And we have Lars Mapstead. 3 of them were above 50%, and 4 of them were very close to being above 50%. Well, let's look at the overview so we can compare the two again. Is that amazing? Truly amazing. Now, I do want to let you know there's a few qualifications. We only had 38 votes out of 80 people here. So 33, I think it was. It was about a third. So that's just what the statisticians would say. It's valid, but I don't like it. So take this with a grain of salt. The thing that I really want people to see is, and you know this because you know approval voting, is the difference between what I call VFU, vote for one and only one, and approval voting. Isn't that dramatic? Thank you very much. And one last thing I'd like to say is I want to thank Whitney. I want to thank everybody. I want to also remind people, please embrace your humanity. Whenever you can show gratitude, show gratitude. And let's get back to what we learned as kids. Thank you, and you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huber, and your entire approval voting team. You guys are always around. We appreciate it. Okay. Credentials. All right, we're still waiting. We have a candidate coming up. Or that. Paul. Oh, sure, do it. I don't know.
What's going on, Texas? Good morning. Okay. All right, so like 4 of you are ready. Everybody else is still hair of the dog from last night, right? I can't do podiums. Podiums suck. I can't do it. If I could take this down, I would.
Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to introduce myself. Most of you I've met throughout this weekend, but my name's Ryan Woodcraft. I'm here from El Paso County. There it is. For those of you that haven't been out to El Paso, we're at the far western tip of the state, right? So come on out and visit us. We have the best food that you'll ever eat. But I'm running for county commissioner in Precinct 1 out there because I'm getting real pissed off at our county government, maximizing our taxes, maximizing our property rates. I don't have to sell my platform to you. Y'all get it. The struggle is I've got to sell it to a county that is 85% Democratic. Here's what I have going for me, though, in a 3-party race. The Democratic candidate is a progressive socialist who wants to grow government and spend more money and take on more non-voter approved debt, and she's not apologetic about it. That is her platform. We can beat that. The Republican candidate had her chances being an elected official. She ran on a Libertarian platform and she governed like a Democrat. We've seen that before too. So I am bringing the only real common sense, ethical choice to the ballot in November in El Paso County. Earned media is coming my way. I don't have to go look for it. The El Paso Times has reached out. The Hispanic Chamber has reached out. The Chamber of Commerce has reached out. KTSM has reached out. They want an option, and I'm providing that option. I have one endorsement from outside of the party, and it is a sitting city council representative in the city of El Paso. It's a nonpartisan race, but he's a Marine Corps veteran, he's a former police officer, and he's backing our campaign. I have former elected officials, both Republican and Democrat, that have told me, you are the best candidate, we support you. But because of partisan politics and the bullshit that comes with it, we can't endorse you. They have future political aspirations, and endorsing a Libertarian is just, it's bad politics for them. Right? And I don't know if you're dealing with that in your county, but we've got it in ours. So here's what I'm asking from you. I know we're out in the middle of nowhere, right? Some of you came all out to Sleck. You fell in love with the city just like we did. Some of you need to come out and check us out. But I would love one of 3 things from y'all. Number 1, I'm a relatively spiritual guy, and my family and I would love your prayers. For those of you that have ran for office, you know exactly what I'm going through. And in a real competitive race, my wife and kids are starting to take a hit. So I would ask for your prayers. If you kind of fall in line in that belief system with me, I would really appreciate that. Number 2 is you can give, and all the candidates up here yesterday asked for the same thing. The message of liberty is free, but spreading it is not, and I could use your help in that. And so you can go to woodcraftforelpaso.com. You can check everything out there. My treasurer is here, actually, so if you want to give cash, give it to him. I don't touch it. That gets me in trouble. I'm not doing that. But number 3, I would ask that you go. Now, y'all can't block walk, and I get that, but share some social media posts. Tell your friends, right? Hit that repost button if you're on Twitter, which is a borderline cesspool, but it gets a whole bunch of reaches, so I'm going to go with that. But I just want to say thank you. One, to the convention committee. What an awesome convention, right? Yeah. It was so good that Joe Burns took his hat off last night. Mm-hmm. You think I'm kidding. You'll never see it again unless you were there last night. But hey, Texas, thank you very much. I love you guys. I appreciate you. And let's give them hell in Congress this November.
Hey, Ryan, how much impact did it make for Select to come to El Paso last year?
For those that came last, so one, most people think they're libertarians. They're like, oh, I guess I kind of am a libertarian. They just have to hear the message. When Select showed up to us, one, the Republicans were a little scared that they sent an infiltration team. So we had a couple of Republicans that showed up to the happy hour and a couple that sat in the galley for Select because they're worried, they're concerned. We also had an elected city official show up because it's a nonpartisan race. And she's like, hey, we're in a nonpartisan position. There's a couple of us that kind of talk with her and advocate with her, and we're slowly behind the scenes starting to shift her views on some things like TERSs and taxes. And so she showed up and talked to some of our leadership. And so what we're starting to see now is the tide of city council in El Paso shifting from tax and spend to fiscal responsibility, which is huge, huge. And so just by having SLEC and the state leadership show up, that's when our city leaders went, wait a minute, what is happening here? Can I make one more advocate pitch?
Hurry.
I will, I'm sorry. If you're not on a board or a commission in your city or your county, you are missing out. Those are non-elected positions that have massive impact. Yeah. Hey, You don't have to run for Senate to make a difference, although I love Ted, and he's going to make a difference. You don't have to run for Congress. You don't have to run for county judge. You don't have to run for commissioner. You don't have to be on select to make a difference. Get involved in local politics and get on a city commission or a board, because you may be the only libertarian voice and the voice of reason in that room that will impact your entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Credentials Committee is ready. Loudly and slowly, please.
Okay. Good morning. Today, we have 152 seated delegates. So quorum is 77. 2/3 is 102. 4/5, 122.
Please repeat those for me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Total seated delegates, 152. Quorum, 77. 2/3, 102. 102.
102. Okay,
4/5, 122.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Yes, thank you, credentials. The next thing that we're going to do is something we've not done before, so I just want to take a moment and read the relevant rule by law, and this is for nomination and election of our Judicial Committee. In 2022, the delegates decided to create a Judicial Committee, I believe, for the first time in Texas. Whether or not that was a good idea, I suppose we will find out. But today, we are charged with populating it. So, Rule 5D9, election of presidential electors. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. Judicial Committee, I need the Judicial Committee. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I've got it over here. Okay, 13. I'm going to read the rules about electors later, too. Okay, bylaw 4B regarding Judicial Committee. The Judicial Committee will be composed of 7 party members elected at each regular state convention occurring in a non-gubernatorial election year. The members of the Judicial Committee shall select the chair of the Judicial Committee from among themselves. Any 5 members of this committee shall constitute a quorum. The members of the Judicial Committee shall take office immediately upon the close of this convention or immediately upon appointment if appointed outside of a convention. The qualifications are in order to qualify to be a member of the Judicial Committee, a person must meet the following: is currently not nor have been a member of SLEC, regardless of voting status, for the previous 1 year. Meaning, I'm assuming meaning ex officio, officer, otherwise. If you were a member of SLEC, regardless of what voting status you had, you have to be detached from that for 1 year before you are eligible to be on the Judicial Committee. You cannot currently be a member of any committee of SLEC. You cannot currently be a member of any committee of the Convention of LP Texas. So if you are on a convention committee this year, right now, you are not eligible. Not currently serving as a volunteer staff of LP Texas. And have been a voting member for at least 4 consecutive years at the time of the election or appointment. That really narrows it down. So hopefully you've all been doing your homework to figure out who indeed is eligible for this. The next section is about vacancies. Not important to us right now. Our job is to get these folks nominated and elected. Thank you. So, with that, do we have any nominations for Judicial Committee? Mr. Brown, approaching microphone 1.
Yes, Ted Brown, Travis County. When this committee was created 2 years ago, my first thought was Bill Kelsey should be on this committee. So I'm honored to nominate Bill Kelsey from Travis County to be a Judicial Committee member. If you want a member of this committee to be honest, fair, and decent, this is the man for you. Please elect Bill Kelsey. Thank you.
Mr. Kelsey, identify yourself, please. You accept? Wonderful, thank you. Microphone 2, Mr. Dar.
Paul Dar, SD. Excuse me. All right, I would like to nominate Mr. Arthur DeBianca.
Hold on a second, Mr. Dar. She needs mic.
I've got it. I just wanted to let the body know that for everybody who completed a Judicial Committee interest form, I did verify they do all meet the qualifications as set forth in the bylaws. So anybody
Thank
there,
you.
I know for a fact is is fair game.
Thank you for that. Mr. Dar, I did not hear you, sir, so please repeat.
This one did not submit an application, but Mr. Arthur DeBianca.
Thank you. Are you going to check eligibility? Okay. Ms. Cowart?
Jesse Cowart, Montgomery County. I would like to nominate Mr. Nathan Watts of Harris County.
I did fail to ask, Mr. DeBianca, do you accept? Okay. Nathan Watts also, thank you. Microphone 2, Mr. Miller.
Jeff Miller, Brazos County, and I would like to nominate Nick Hearn from Brazos County.
Microphone 1.
Aaron Ramos, Harris County. I would like to nominate Joe Carl White from Harris County.
Nolan Schmidt, Wallaby County. I would like to nominate Randy Simbro from Comal County.
Joe Carl White, do you accept? Nick Hearn, did you accept? I did. Joe, Randy. Oh,
Here, but he did send a message saying
he did, okay, thank you. I think I'm over here now.
Hey, Mike Coogan, Harris County. I'd like to nominate Wes Benedict, who's from every county in Texas.
And state, kind of.
That is so cute. Elizabeth Miller of Tarrant County, and I would like to nominate Dwayne Hammond, also of Tarrant County, an SD 10 delegate, and I think he'd be great at the gig.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond, do you accept? Mr. Benedict? Yes. Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Jeffrey Neal, Travis County. I should be on the list, but I haven't seen the pre-submitted list. Confirmation at some point would really be great. But I
Yes,
stand here
you are.
today to nominate Nancy Neal, Travis County, for Judicial Committee. Do you accept, Nancy? She waved yes.
Thank you. He did not. Mr. Neal, should we take that to mean you also nominated yourself? Is that you?
I submitted the online
You
form,
did,
but
and we did confirm
I
that.
never got a confirmation that it
Okay.
was received.
It was received. We
Great.
have it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Kevin Carney, Tarrant County. I'd like to nominate Teresa Rushing. She's been with the party 12 years, treasurer of the county for 8, so I think she'd be awesome for the job.
You accept?
Carol Ensiger from Harris County. I'd like to nominate Bob Townsend from Houston County.
Mr. Townsend, do you accept? Thank you. Nobody else over here?
Point of information. Is there a place where we can find, that's going to cause an issue.
The application or the interest forms?
The place, who filled those out? Is there a location we can find those forms where they've been filled out?
Yeah, it's in a QR code that was placed on every single delegate seat yesterday.
Okay, so if we look at the delegate seats, they'll have that QR code for those.
They were there yesterday. I don't know if they got left.
Okay, wonderful.
But you
Thank
should have had one at your seat. You scan it, it'll have every interest form that got filled out.
Cool, thank you.
He's showing one. He's holding one up, so yes.
Just real quick, Dan McCarthy, Travis County. I do nominate Jeffrey Neal. He's not on there yet. There's 2 Nancy Neals up there. Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, thank you.
It's just that I need to go back and confirm.
Perfect. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to nominate Arthur Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, do you accept?
like to nominate Pat Dixon.
Mr. Dixon, do you accept? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
I also want to nominate Marshall Bierwinkle.
That was Jody. Jody Cole, Harris County.
Point of order, we still have, oh, there we go, it's
Hold on.
done.
Marshall Bierwinkle.
Fix it. I just had Nancy on there twice. After Arthur, Marshall.
Does that look like what we all heard? Are there any other nominations? Okay, then we will close nominations for Judicial Committee.
I'm going to verify these real quick. I'm fairly certain they all are.
Okay, the secretary needs a few moments to verify the ones who were entered into nomination who had not yet submitted their interest forms. So in the meantime, no, I don't want to do that yet. We'll just be at ease for another few moments. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make an announcement on behalf of the Affiliate Support Department?
Yeah. Yes, hang on one second. Go ahead. When it comes time for balloting, Jesse has a comment.
Yeah, just a quick reminder, for those who prefer a paper ballot as opposed to receiving the email for OPA vote, please come let us know at the Credentials Committee. I have a few people that I remember from yesterday, but I may not remember everyone, so please come just remind us. That way we make sure that we get your emails removed from the list that we send to the secretary and get you set up for a paper ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
So it's been my pleasure again to serve on the affiliate team since its inception, helping counties build their parties, helping new counties. We did have several new counties that were not affiliated in 2022 that are currently affiliated. I just wanted to list those out. If I left you off the list, please let me know. We have Aransas County. Colorado County is with us. Houston County is now affiliated. Tom Green County is affiliated. Walker County is affiliated.
Again, great.
Again. We have Hopkins County affiliated, Ward County, and Potter County. Did I leave anybody off who was not affiliated in 2022? All right, so that is 8 new counties that we added to our fold since then who re-upped again with the with this convention cycle. So congratulations.
Thank you for that.
Point of personal privilege. Could the members of those brand new counties please stand so we can clap for you?
Of the new ones. Welcome and thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Hale.
I have received word from Marshall Bierwinkle. He would accept a seat on the Judicial Committee.
Thank you. Say when. We're just going to do a couple more. Vote again, right? We're still waiting to verify before we start balloting some of these nominees. While you're waiting, you may want to familiarize yourself with page 29 of the current bylaws. Section 5E B2, multiple seat balloting procedures. Since we will be electing multiple people at once. This will be by approval voting.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Basically, more or less, your ballots will look like they did yesterday. they will look more like what you saw yesterday, same procedures, still using open vote. Like Jesse said, those of you who are wanting the paper ballots, let the Credentials Committee know first so that we don't send you 2 ballots. And then you can come up here and get your paper one. Yes?
Anthony Cristo, Guadalupe County. Point of inquiry, will the nominees have 60 seconds to give reasons why they should be selected?
They could, if this body wanted to move and adopt that procedure. Are you making a motion, Mr. Cristo?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that each nominee gets 60 seconds to state why that we should vote for them.
Any objection? Any objection? I hear objection. All right. Do you need to speak to your motion, sir?
I know most of the people up there, but some I do not know, and I would like to have better clarification before I make my choice. That's all.
Even just face, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I heard an objection. Would you like to speak to your objection, whoever that was? No? Okay. All right, so all in favor of hearing from each nominee for 60 seconds, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, we'll hear from them. We will do so in the order that they were nominated. I believe I have the list. Mr. Kelsey, please go ahead and, for the sake of time, for expediency, go ahead and start making your way to the microphones if you were a nominee, just so we can expedite this process. Mr. Kelsey and then Mr. DiBianca. If you can, that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
My childhood was in a war zone, and I've grown up studying the causes of war and or doing my best to figure it out. And professionally, I've worked in war zones doing disaster relief and flying in both sides of conflicts and hearing the arguments and justifications for each side. I'm not a lawyer, but I've heard every excuse in the world for conflict, and or it seems that way. So I am prepared and looking forward to, God forbid we have any conflicts, but if we do, I'm prepared to listen and do my best to come to an ethical conclusion.
Thank you. Mr. DiBianca?
I'm Arthur DiBianca from Travis County. I'll be honest, in my opinion, judicial committees are a little dangerous. In other states, they have tended to exacerbate problems rather than solve them. So if I'm elected, my priority will be to make sure that the committee does not become a vehicle for escalating problems or conflicts.
Thank you. Mr. Watts?
I'm Nathan Watts from Harris County, and I've been active in LP Texas for a while now. I've had a history of serving on Select. I've served on a number of committees, including Platform and Credentials, and I've also served on the volunteer staff as a former affiliate coordinator. So I think I have kind of a view of the whole organization. Recently, though, I haven't been able to be as actively involved. And Christy pointed out to me yesterday that because of that, I'm eligible to run for this. So, if this body wants me to, I'd be willing to serve in this capacity. I believe that I have a track record of considering things in a non-biased and fair way, and I'm have an attention to details and following the rules. So I believe I'll be able to apply things if needed, but hopefully not needed at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Mr. Hearn?
My name's Nick Hearn. I'm from Brazos County. I've been with the Libertarian Party one way or another since 2008, more in Texas since 2016, becoming more active around 2020. I'm pretty much open-minded. I'll listen to anybody's argument or complaint and then review the documents that are in question to make my decisions. It's not one way or another. I do believe we should stick to the bylaws and the rules that we have to govern us.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Mr. White?
My name is Joe White. I've been a lifetime member of both national and the state for a while now. And I'd like to echo exactly what Mr. DiBianca said. JC has been used in other places as a tool for not good. And I want to make sure that doesn't happen. Seeing some of these other names that have also been nominated on here and seeing the gravitas that they bring to it, I'm happy to remove my name from consideration at this point and let those who have been around for even longer than I have exercise their discretion to make sure that we maintain comity and civility here in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Simbro. He's not here today. You're speaking for him?
Yes, I'm speaking for him. I was asked by the delegates of Comal to speak. Pretty much, I've known Randy since I've got full involved with the LP in 2016, and I know that he's very hardworking and dedicated for the party, and pretty much I fully hope that the body could support him to be on the JC.
Thank you. Mr. Benedict?
Thank you. I'm Wes Benedict from Williamson County. I joined the Libertarian Party in 1996. A lot of states do not have a judicial committee. The Libertarian Party of Texas hadn't had one for a long time. It was just created. And so I'm kind of in agreement with some of the others who have spoken. If a bylaw was proposed to not have a judicial committee, I would probably vote to eliminate the judicial committee. But if I am asked to serve on it and elected, I will serve and do a good job on it. I'll do my best job. I am concerned that sometimes in other states and even at the national level, judicial committees, it sounds like it's something that's supposed to resolve problems, but often it just ends up extending fights. So there's a conflict and it's not clear who won, so it goes to a judicial committee, and then it just keeps going. And so a little skirmish turns into a big argument, and sometimes even lawsuits happen that cost both sides. So
Time.
I'm not a big fan on having things appealed. Thank you.
Word. Mr. Hammond.
I'm Dwayne Hammond, Tarrant County SD 10. I was 27 years classroom educator in middle school, all 27 years of it. Resolved conflict 8 hours a day for 27 years. If you want me on this committee, vote for me. Thank you.
Mr. Hammond, I was a teacher for 20 years, and my specialty was gifted and emotionally disturbed students. So I felt like I was perfectly suited for this.
Very much.
No offense, myself included. It's a beautiful thing. Nancy, Ms. Neal.
Hello, I'm Nancy Neal. Some of you slightly newer people may not know who I am. I've been around the LP for over 40 years. Started doing stuff in '78 in California. I was on the California Executive Committee. I moved to Texas, and I've organized these state conventions and national conventions, and people don't realize, because Jeff's the big mouth in the family, that I actually dragged him kicking and screaming into the LP. So
Yes.
you're welcome, or sorry. And I think I'm very good. I try very hard to not be biased. My only enemy is the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Ms. Rushing?
Good morning, Teresa Rushing. I have been involved in the party for 12 years. I've been serving as treasurer in Tarrant County for 8 years. And also since 2019, I have been serving on the Zoning Board of Adjustments for the City of Arlington. We are a quasi-judicial board that hears cases regarding building setback waivers and other zoning issues in the city of Arlington. So I am definitely qualified for the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rushing. Mr. Townsend?
I'm Bob Townsend, Houston County. I've been a member of the LP for 20 plus years, served on select multiple times, different districts. Just recently affiliated Houston County.
Thank you.
Yep. And I'm just giving the option to the body to see where they want me to serve. I have served and I will be of service. So.
Thank you. Mr. Neal?
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Neal, Travis County. I have been a member of the Libertarian Party, National Libertarian Party, since 1980 when my wife dragged me kicking and screaming into the party. That is true. Two-time national chair of the Libertarian Party, two-time state chair of LP Texas, co-founder of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties, where I'm so proud that our bylaws are two sides of a single sheet of paper. Oh, we don't need a judicial committee because we just decide, and consensus rules, not arcane, deep rules. Also, 2022 inductee into the Libertarian Party Hall of Liberty, which I'm extremely proud. There are only 17 people who are in that. Most of them are dead, and I hope that's not a portend of the future. And what I would say is that many people do not know how many of the national bylaws are there because of me and what I put in to do things better, to do things more equitably, to guarantee things. So I'm happy to serve.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Arthur Thomas. I've served on the executive committee, state executive committee since 2011 to 2022. I was on the rules committee, I think 4 or 5 times. I don't really remember anymore. But with the last committee, we put together the proposal to add the judicial committee, and we made sure that it had a limited scope of things that it could have an opinion on, and also added a clause in there to say it did not have to take up a subject if it didn't want to, just because something was passed to it. And whoever the judicial committee is, I encourage them to think about that before they take anything up. But you can see my full history as a candidate and involvement in the party on lpedia.org if you want to, or ask me any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome back, Arthur. And the representative from Mr. Bierwinkle?
Correct. Kevin Hale, Dallas, Texas. Mr. Bierwinkle founded the party. He's been active for 50 years. He block walks with our candidates every cycle. He is everything we need to have somebody that has good oversight and watch the party from its birth to where we are now. Marshall would be a great ambassador for that, and he's proud to serve in that role, given his 70-year-old status. He's very active, he's very fit. He can do this for another 20, 30 years if you wanted him to. He's that good. So please consider Marshall. He would love it. And we need to fix the spelling. His name's misspelled. A little dyslexia or fast fingers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all of our nominees and their representatives. That concludes the nomination speeches. Are we ready for balloting? Okay. Almost. Are there any other candidates, local, anyone who has not had a chance to speak yet just during this downtime who has already been nominated by some affiliate here? Please take this time to.
Jeff Miller, Brazos County. And in 2022, I ran for state representative in District 14 and against a 6-term Republican incumbent and got 32% of the vote, which I'm legally obligated to tell you is the second highest percentage of any state representative candidate in Texas since 2010. It was Wes Benedict and Arthur DiBianca's awesome research that told me that. But I am running again in 2024, and I am actually happier about, as Brazos County Chair, recruiting candidates for every non-attorney race on the ballot in Brazos County. We're the only county in Texas that did that. And so, what I'm here to tell you is not to support my personal campaign, but to go to BrazosLP.org and support all of our candidates by giving to the Brazos County Libertarian Party. And if you know anybody who lives in Brazos County or the area, please let them know the same thing. So I've had people ask me, how can I help you? That's what I keep telling them. Go to BrazosLP.org, help all of us, and hopefully we'll be an example to other counties to get us more candidates, because we can't win if we don't have candidates. So let's get more candidates, not less, in the next cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to recognize Mr. Miller for being, I would say, probably the lead person on the proposal for this particular location for our convention, which was a little bit scary to me at first, not doing it on site at a hotel and just being so far away from what we're used to, but it has turned out to be wonderful. Thank you, Jeff. Any other candidates? All right, we can just sit quietly for a minute.
All right, votes are out.
Woohoo. Okay, you should have ballots in your email. Give it a few minutes. It should be just one this time.
One ballot.
Yeah, just one ballot today, or this time. Get those in soon. Our next agenda item starts at 10:10, so you essentially have till then. I also would recommend that you maybe take your potty break during that time if you need to.
And if you ask for a paper ballot, come grab it from me now.
Point of order. I'm fairly sure libertarians have a hard time doing anything without caffeine. We seem to be out of coffee back there.
That would be a point of personal privilege.
No, that's a point of order.
Everybody else seems to be in order.
They don't know about it yet.
Okay. Yes? What? Sure. One more. I don't have that answered. That would be a Jody question. Yeah. I don't know why he doesn't just bring like vats of coffee with him every time. He does this every time. And then he winds up paying for it anyway. Might as well just bring it. Yeah. Uh-oh. If you are still struggling to get your ballot, let us know, but it does sometimes require a little bit of time.
To answer your question, Billy, Tricia Butler has not submitted an interest form for national delegate.
he coming?
Okay. No worries.
It happens.
I'll get in there and disable that one. Okay, print one more ballot. All right, it'll be just a second. All right, and that email is disabled.
Don't forget to vote.
Yes. I love how people who have been involved in national law like to go do judicial committee. That vote was all over the place. That vote was all over the place. Alright, I'm missing one.
One?
And then I'll have you shuffle the paper ballots.
Okay.
Just an FYI, the coffee has been ordered. So, yep. I'm not running for anything today, so you can thank my dependents on it. I don't have a problem, really.
You don't have a problem.
If you are making a coffee donation, please do a one-time online and let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I have no idea. Miss Whitney, will you shuffle these, please? Thank you.
Is it all done? Like they're all in? Oh, okay.
We still have 21 who haven't voted.
Okay. We still have some outstanding ballots. Please make sure you submit and get a confirmation. You can verify that you have already voted and that it was submitted by trying to do it again and see if it will let you.
All right.
Mr. Ramos, you okay over there? You good? Okay. Didn't mean to wake you up. I was just checking on you. You gotta speak up though, because people are talking.
Hello, guys. I'm Carolyn Sicker. Okay, we had a lot of people running for select and for the judicial. Now, if you want to help.
Ms. Unsicker,
Yes, ma'am.
pardon the interruption. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in session, so let's keep the noise level down. We have people who are still balloting, and we have delegates wanting to make some announcements, so let's be respectful of that.
Yeah.
Can we get at least like one door on each side closed, because the
Right.
the light filtering in is very, very disturbing. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, you did not get elected to select or the judicial committees. I can tell you, there are tons of committees that could use your help. They don't meet on a quarterly basis. They might meet once every 6 months. We need volunteers, either by donation. I'm sorry, Jenny, I'm taking your but we need cash or volunteers. And I can tell you, running as a political office, we need volunteers to help the candidates. And I can tell you, as a former candidate, it helps to have volunteers. There are places for you. Don't think I didn't get elected to select or the judicial committee, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
There is places for you. You don't know, there's the volunteer coordinator in the party. I'm not sure who that's assigned to, but just reach out. We'll find something. You know, you want to do something. If you want to pick up trash on the side of the road to say, hey, I'm a libertarian and this is what I think about roads, do it. Because, I mean, we have to have, and seriously, I'm talking for my candidate friends, we know you need volunteers. And if that means that you passing out flyers at an event,
Know what's going on.
it's beneficial. They can't pay you. All it is gratitude. And trust me, it's a very honorable thing to do, to pass out flyers. I mean, please consider that, oh, I didn't get, no, please look at the opportunity to volunteer, either with the cash, which that hurts, especially in this economy, but volunteering with your abilities. And you can have, like me, I need computer people for I knew that last election. I'm not running this time because I had some personal issues, but please consider, find somebody. If you find your favorite candidate, say, I'm here to help you. Now the candidate might be lost, but please try to help somebody. And we do have some statewide candidates, so you've got opportunity there to help them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Unsicker.
I've got Hannah at Allen. HannahAllen.hma@gmail.com. All right, she should have hers too. Thank you.
Few more minutes left on balloting. 5 to be precise. You didn't get yours?
Okay, let me get it fixed. I honestly just assumed that they fixed it in their records and sent me the correct email address today. I will get it resolved. Okay, paper ballots are done. Nancy. Paper vote. Yeah, I still have the wrong one. Okay. And what is it again? It's torches at austin.rr.com. It might have just been a like transcription error from handwriting to typed. So torches at austin.rr.com. Okay. You should have it now.
Yeah. Alright. You said you should have it. Did you just check it on your phone or on the laptop?
Yay! I don't know why I cannot remember that these are the credentials.
I know.
close.
It's funny. I think he's just generally quiet anyway.
They're done. I wish Golston would quit folding his ballots. Nobody else is folding them. So like I know which one is his.
How many are we waiting for?
We are waiting on 12.
There are 12 more ballots out there, so let's get those in as soon as possible. We've got 2 minutes till our next agenda item, which I know a lot of people are waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Had everybody turned them in last night after all?
Yeah. Let's see. First of all,
Doing another paper?
yeah.
Okay.
Get this printing. What's your email address? I don't have that one missing. You all right? Okay, I just, like, I'm not seeing the email address you just said in the list of people who haven't voted, which means a ballot's been cast for that email. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like it, yeah.
Just a reminder, go ahead and take your
Yeah.
restroom breaks now if you need one, so that we can just keep moving through business when we're done balloting.
I wanted you on the judicial committee. But anyway, you were. I know. And you. Would have been great. But anyway, what did you want? Okay. Okay. I need the list for sure. Do you have a digital version of this list? I would prefer that. I can copy paste easier than I can type. Yes. Yeah. And I can just put it somewhere that Kyle can put on the screen. Okay. So we're not doing a
what's this for?
ballot. This email address is already voted.
Oh, stuff for national, you're talking about national, okay, nominations, okay.
Thank you, sir. So we have.
So you figured it out.
I don't. He gave me an email address that's not on the list of people who haven't voted. So I was like, some people. Yeah. So, like, I can't give somebody a ballot for an email address that's already voted. And also, how long have we been here? Yeah. Well, and he said, like, I don't really know what people running for this, so like, it's not that big a deal, which is fair. But I was just like, but also, can you fax your email and then votes? Weird.
Weird.
All right, but we have 5 people. So, because these two are. Also, what county is it? We're down to 3 who haven't voted. Garrett Smith, Mike Coogan, and Herbert Textell.
Is Mike here?
Yes. Right. Do we have to what? Uh-huh. But we also have alternates. So you can theoretically nominate we could nominate as many as we wanted to. We just can't elect.
Hang on a second. Nominations for national delegates.
We'll find out
How many can be for any election? I guess how many can be nominated for multiple seats? Is it up to like a single person can nominate up to the number of seats that there are available, or can they nominate more?
I want to try to throw this at somebody. My aim is terrible, and everybody I want to throw it at is far away.
That's a thing, isn't it?
I don't know if there's a limit.
There, let's see.
Nominations for national delegate.
Yes.
You know what? This is a ballot. I probably shouldn't throw it anyway. It's an empty ballot. Even worse, somebody comes up with this crumpled up ballot. I need to vote.
I think it can nominate as many as they want, but I think he might be right that there might be that specific limit, which is. I'm having a hell of a time navigating. I think if there is a limit, though, and it is the number of seats, I think alternates count, so we can double.
So we could do
Huh?
148.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And it very well could be the case. Of course, Coogan is here somewhere, I thought.
I need to. He is. I was about to text him and ask him what his problem is. Is Mike? You know Mike? Coogan. I don't need him. I just want to make sure he's still here. Yeah, I know. Or decide he's not going to. One of the two. But yeah, like it is also the case they may have left without checking out. Yeah, I feel like I would know if he.
Madam Chair, are you okay with me giving any kind of announcement?
All right, let's start coming back to order. How many are left? We still have 3 ballots that have not been returned. Please look at your neighbors and remind them to vote, just in case those 3 people are sitting near you. And then return to your seats, and let's start coming back to order so that we can move on. I'm going to recognize the delegate at microphone number 2. Thank you. Ms. Prather.
Thank you. Over the course of this weekend, I've had a lot of county treasurers, campaign treasurers, people asking me lots of questions about TEC regulations and such. I do want to clarify some very simple things this is one question that actually Lee Sharp brought to my attention recently, but I mean, I've gotten this question a lot through the weekend. No, there is no way you can take anonymous cash donations in the state of Texas. You must get all the information, whether it's $1, $5, $10, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a campaign or a county or anything. If you are taking funds and you are a GPAC, which if you are taking funds, you need to be going through those processes. And if you have questions about it, I've always been available to answer those questions and to help and to educate. But I do want to let you guys know that if you are taking cash donations, there isn't an election code that says, oh, if it's under $10, then I don't need your information. No, even if it's $1, you have to get all the information. And I will say this, and I've had this happen, especially on the Jorgensen campaign trail, where people would literally throw the money at me and run because they seriously did not want to give their information. You have to make the attempt. That's part of the TEC, is you have to make the attempt to get the information, okay? So if anybody else has any more treasurer-related questions, obviously I'm always available. My contact information is around. I love helping people, and yes, I will try to do more of a education on that kind of stuff later, now that I'm not so bogged down. So yeah, come find me if you have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. We're going to close balloting at this point because we've gone 7 minutes past the designated time for this. How many were left? 3. Okay. All right. Results are being tabulated. They will appear on your screen momentarily, or on the screens. Did y'all kill the coffee already? I see sad people back there. We'll see how far it goes.
It does indicate that also during nominations and elections, you can follow your custom. Remember it said when making one nomination, if there's an objection.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Do you need help with the paper ones?
I'm counting the paper ones. They're over here. And they have to get a majority of ballots cast, right?
They do.
So they have to get at least 73. We have results whenever you're ready.
Okay. Are they up?
Uh,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the results should be posted on the screens. So it would be a question for him. Okay. right, so as you can see, the Judicial Committee will consist of Wes Benedict, Marshall Bierwinkle, thank you, Nathan Watts, Jeffrey Neal, Bob Townsend, Bill Kelsey, and Nancy Neal. Thank you, all of you, for your willingness to serve. You may get your chance, who knows? All right, so that brings us to the next order of business, which is the Senate District Caucuses, the reporting on the Senate District Caucuses and announcing the new select body. Madam Secretary?
It's up, yeah. It's not pretty, but it's up. What's up?
We'll make that announcement. Thank you. Got it. So you're on that list. Got it. Yeah, I don't mind reading it out. Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and read the list so that we can recognize these folks. If you want to take a second to stand up, we can do that. SD1, Kate Prather and Kevin Hutchinson. SD2, Michelle Wigington. SD3, David Constant, Bob Townsend, which brings to our attention now, I should say, that we are, since you've just nominated or elected your Judicial Committee, anyone who is on that committee cannot also be on SLEC. Therefore, if you are in that category, you will need to resign one or the other. So I guess we'll figure out how to do that next. He wants to resign SLEC, but we'll confirm that. So if you are in that category, just come see us later, not right now. Okay, so on we go. SD4, Chris Farrow. SD5, oh yeah, Chris, I think he was over there. SD5, Scott Talley and Jeff Miller. SD6, Aaron Ramos, all by yourself. SD7, Billy Pierce, Jody Cole. SD8, Kenneth Fegans and Nathan Polsky. SD9, Daniel Bledsoe. SD10, Chris Owens and Jocelyn Pankey. SD11, Amanda Gibbs, Matthew Gibbs. SD12, Mike Dooling and Anastasia Wilford. SD13, Mike Coogan. SD14, Ted Brown and Clark Patterson. SD15, Carol Unsicker. SD16, Kevin Hale and Kyle Russell. SD17, Jacob Bradley and Brandon Ruman. SD18, Jenny Moore and Scott Peterson. SD19, Paul Darr. SD20, John Peterson. That is a name I don't recognize. Where is John? Okay. I just want to put a face with a name, that's all. Love that. Sounds like a tea kettle. SD21, Nolan Schmidt and Nathan Garza. SD22, Renee Perez and RJ Pace. SD23, Joe Roberts and Sean Sparkman. SD24, Joe Burns and Clinton Polar. SD25, Darren Pollock and Susan Barney, pardon me. SD26, Austin Hugan. SD27, Nikki Brashear and Daniel Thornton. SD28, Bernard Johnson. SD29, Dan Marino. Sorry, David Marino. I'd finally broken myself of that habit. SD 30, John Wilford. And SD 31, Jack Westbrook. Thank you. To those of you who are returning into service for Select, thank you so much. For those of you who are new, welcome and best wishes. All right, again, if you were elected to Judicial Committee and Select, we got to sort that out. So we'll deal with that later on. Okay, we are now moving into nomination and election of delegates and alternates to the National Convention. There was obviously an interest form that was filled out. I do not believe that was a requirement, but let me, okay, not a requirement. I'm not gonna try to find the rules on that. We've done this before. So at this point, we will open nominations for delegates to the National Convention and obviously Texas delegates to the National Convention.
Madam Chair, request for information.
Yes, sir.
This election that we're going to hold to elect delegates from Texas to the National Convention, as I understand, the position of delegate to National Convention is not an office within the party, and so it does not have the same requirements for individual for and against voting methodology that we would have in another style of race. Would it be appropriate for us to, as a body, to modify the way that we vote in this selection process, so that we're not voting for and against individual people who want to go serve this party, but rather we're using pure approval voting to vote for the folks that we would approve of representing us in our state party at national.
I appreciate your request, but the first part of it, can you please repeat what you said, that this national delegate position is or is not party office?
Is not an office of the Libertarian Party of Texas.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So what you're saying is you just want to do normal approval voting, not the for and against thing.
If I'm reading the room, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules. I get to finish first, right? To vote for delegates to national using pure approval voting rather than for and against individuals.
Second.
Is there objection to this? Okay. Do you feel you need to speak further to your motion?
Yes, I'd like to. Folks, going to DC is hard. It's not a vacation. Everybody who signed up that wants to go do this is passionate about being involved, not just in this party, but in civil discourse throughout this country.
Pardon me.
Being a suspension of the rules is not debatable.
Thank you. That's a good point. Okay, so we will now vote on whether or not we're going to suspend the rules to do approval voting without the for and against option.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, we have a rule that says the delegates may decide by a 2/3 vote to use whatever balloting method they prefer, but the rule specifically says as long as the ability to vote against each nominee is included. That's not a suspendable rule. And we had an opportunity yesterday to change it. We chose not to change it. So
Which one are you citing, sir?
Okay, we're at 5E82H.
And I'd like to speak against that point of order, if I may.
Yeah, feel free. I hope you win.
Yeah. You hear that? He hopes I win. I'd like to speak against that point of order.
I believe Mr. DiBianca is correct. This is not a suspendable rule, and
I will challenge the ruling of the chair.
Okay, please do.
I'd like to challenge the ruling of the chair because pure approval voting allows us to vote for and against each individual person by either approving of them or not approving of them. If I don't approve of you, I'm voting against you. So I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, and I agree.
I have an actual point of order. So.
Don't we have to dispose of? No, it's interrupting.
Well,
Hold on, hold on a second. I don't have anything else to say other than that it's the rule, but I don't disagree with you. So at this, is there anybody else who needs to speak on this point of order?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I believe Art DiBianca was referencing under balloting for candidate and public and party office, and the original point was that was not a public or party office.
Yeah.
So that would not apply. That's his whole point. This doesn't apply to that.
And we are making the distinction between national delegates and state delegates because it's not a party office for our state.
That's correct.
Yes,
Office of this party.
That's the point he made.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilford, do you agree with that?
Sorry about that.
So personally, I think a Texas delegate to national is a party office. However, I think in your position, I would think it most appropriate to ask the body if this is a party office.
Okay. Raise your hand if you think being a delegate from Texas to the National Convention is a party office.
The Texas party office.
Okay, Texas party office. Yeah, okay. Yes, I also do think that it is, but not everyone does, apparently. So, and those of you who think it is not a party office, a Texas party office, okay, I hope you remember that next time you have to do this. We'll see how consistent you are. All right, so it is, according to this body, not a state party office, not a Texas party office. Therefore, these rules do not apply. Therefore, I will change my ruling and allow this motion. Thank you. It does not then require a suspension of the rules. Right. Okay. However, I will say that we do still need to agree to approval voting in that format.
So,
yes. Yes.
Let me make sure that I have all this right. So we may just suspend the rules.
so it would now be appropriate to make a motion to use approval voting for this?
Hold on just a second. I'm conferring with the secretary.
Yes, ma'am.
We may just suspend the rules.
I'd like to give a special thanks to Nathan Polsky for bringing this up and bringing it to me so we can work together to make this an agreeable, working together body. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, and if it goes wrong, you get the blame. Blame it on me if this goes wrong, now.
It's a point of discussion.
Oh, well, then skip the line.
This is how we did it in Harris County, I'm just saying.
National delegates are to my office. Don't follow here. Okay, I'll reference that later. Okay, and now, so we're
Now
not-
the motion.
Now we're, okay,
Yes,
now
so now we're back to the motion of using approval voting, normal approval voting without for and against for the election of delegates to the National Convention.
Yes. Is that a simple majority?
No, it is still.
It is, what's that? Okay.
Will this apply to our balloting only for national delegates or also alternates?
It is all part of the same process. Yes, thank you.
Point of information.
Mr. DiBianca?
Is it the intention of the motion that that a person will have to receive approval on a majority of ballots to be elected?
Yes.
That is our custom. So I'm going to say yes. All right. So the motion is to use approval voting for the process of electing delegates to the National Convention, both delegates and alternates. Requires 2/3 for us to adopt this method of voting. All in favor?
Can I read
sorry,
the motion
sorry.
just to
Sorry.
make sure
Yes.
everybody's on the same
Let's
page?
make sure.
So Billy Pierce moved to use approval voting to elect national delegates, requiring that a nominee only be elected if they receive a majority of votes from ballots cast.
Correct.
Thank you.
And it was seconded by?
It was seconded. Is there objection to that?
Objection.
Okay. Do you think you need to speak to it any further? Mr. Emling, are you just want to debate this?
I mean, no.
Oh, okay.
Not if we don't have to.
Okay. Do you need to speak further to your motion, Mr. Pierce?
I'm happy to. Folks,
Do you need
when we, do I really need to, folks? Do I really need to?
Say something.
Oh, okay, folks, pushing people away, telling people, no, we don't want you, is a great way to drive folks away who are willing to do the work. We don't have to agree on every little doggone thing to agree that we're fighting the state and not each other. Let's get together and get to work. If you're willing to come to D.C. with me, then we can quabble about the things we disagree about, but let's do it in D.C. and let's fight the state and not each other. Come on, folks.
Mr. Thomas, would you like to speak to your objection?
Earlier they said pure approval voting, and I'll point out a majority requirement is not a part of approval voting. When you add the majority requirement in, you're most likely going to end up with rounds of voting because people aren't going to be hitting that majority, and then you have a cutoff line under your full delegation list. So you go to another round instead of just going down the list of people who got the most votes. So I move to amend to remove the majority requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Point of order.
Mr. Wilford?
Second.
In order to do that, we would at least need a suspension of the rules because a majority requirement is already outlined in Roberts, which we have adopted.
Okay.
Is that majority requirement in Roberts inclusive of this kind of position?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so,
I'll make that motion to suspend.
okay, so your motion is to suspend the rules to amend the motion by
Request for
removing the
information.
approval voting. What's that?
Point of information.
Hold on a second. What was your question, Tim?
With that, for the body's clarity, what then would be the threshold for somebody to be elected?
It'd be plurality. Whoever gets the most votes in the order list of the vote totals. Well, that NOTA has not been mentioned here.
Correct.
So I don't know how
If
we're
there's not-
applying NOTA.
That's a good question.
It is a good question.
So I think the question hasn't been answered. What would be the cutoff? Because it sounds
Well,
like.
my suggestion would be for and against, but obviously that people don't want to do that. Well, yeah, but they're asking, what do we do with, how do we handle it?
Mr. DiBianca has a point of order.
I have a point of information before he did his.
Points of order take precedent.
Just want to make sure we're all following all the stuff here. There is a separate majority requirement in our bylaws. Then a majority, it's just separate from the section on multi-seat voting.
Can you please cite it? What's the
Here we
page
go.
number or
Page 28, 5E75. We have to respect the ability of our body not to elect candidates. If we use plain approval voting, we lose all power. If you get one vote, you win. We have to respect our right not to elect candidates.
But we are you talking about 5E76? Top of page 20, oh no. What page?
I guess it's bottom of 28 and top of 29.
Okay, so top of 29, it still says in A, to not elect any person for a party or public office. And this body has already said it does not consider national delegate position to be a party office. So, Mr. Thomas.
I have a point of information still.
Yes, sir.
The Book of Robert has been invoked regarding the rules. I personally would like the official ruling from the parliamentarian regarding whether or not this is an overruling of the chair, or not, like whether we pass that, of whether it's a 2/3 to suspend the rules. As much as I know Mr. Wilford has studied Robert's rules, we do have a parliamentarian staff. So could we get confirmation of that?
Arthur wants to take out majority. All right, here's where we are. Mr. Pierce made a motion that I ruled in order because you guys said that this position is not a party office. Therefore, none of the bylaws that say party office are going to apply here. Okay?
Should I mention?
So we don't need to, there's no rules to suspend in this case, and there's no rule that we're violating in this case because this is the will of this body. Mr. Thomas wants to remove the majority requirement, and he explained why. That would require an amendment. He wants to amend the original motion, which was to do approval voting with majority. Mr. Wilford says that you can't remove the majority because of Roberts. Okay. Okay. So it would require you, Mr. Thomas, to then make a motion to suspend the rules to remove that from the main motion. Okay. Is that what you're doing? Yes, suspending Robert's rules. We're not suspending our rules. We can't do that. Thank you. Is there objection to that? There is objection. Okay. So what you all are objecting to is removing or suspending the rules to remove the majority requirement.
How do I?
This is not debatable. So, requires a 2/3. All in favor of suspending the rules to amend Mr. Pierce's motion and remove the majority requirement, raise your hand.
I guess.
All opposed? The motion passes. So, we've now removed the majority requirement. We're back to the main motion, which is to use approval voting. And that is all. All right.
Oh, no, I'm making a motion on this.
It seems like there is still desired discussion on whether or not to use approval voting for this. So I'm going to recognize, tell me your name.
April.
April.
I'm not sure if this
April Gosling, Montgomery County?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is a point of information or anything, but couldn't NOTA act as a very adaptable threshold? If you can't get above the NOTA or equal to it, then that acts as the threshold itself, and that can change depending on people's views that particular election.
If the motion was amended to add NOTA to the ballot, yeah.
Is that always required?
Not if this isn't a party office.
So, are you moving to? Do you have a response to this, Mr. Wilford?
Yes. I wish to amend to add NOTA to any ballots for national delegate.
Thank you. Is there objection to adding NOTA to the ballot for national delegates? That's weird.
Request for information.
Yes, ma'am.
If we simply add NOTA to the ballot, but we don't have something in the motion that would require a
I need
person-
order in this room right now.
So if we add NOTA to the ballot, but we don't add some sort of requirement that a person receive more votes than NOTA, what would be the effect of that?
It is my understanding that I feel like that's built into the system. I feel like that is built into the NOTA, like that's how we've always used it. If you don't beat NOTA, well, if you don't get a majority, if we require a majority, you're out. And if you don't beat NOTA, you're out.
When it's
Is
defined.
that not?
It's all, we've
I
always
feel like
relied
that's
on
a
our rules
custom.
where it's defined like that.
If I need to clarify my motion to make
Yes,
NOTA
sir.
work.
What did we hear you say?
Yeah. Move to amend to add NOTA to the ballot and require anybody elected to get more votes than NOTA.
Or at least equal. Oh, sorry.
Equal to.
Oh,
We'll give that one guy.
Be that guy.
Greater than or equal to in order to be elected. Hmm?
I'm ready to speak to it whenever.
Okay, so the current motion on the floor is an amendment, which is to, the main motion is to use approval voting. The amendment is to add NOTA to the ballots and require anyone who wins, or in order to be elected, that you have to get an amount of votes equal to or greater than NOTA. Is it on the screen or no?
Point of order.
I hear a point of order.
Was this bylaw change not shot down yesterday?
This isn't a bylaw
Sorry.
change.
Well,
This is-
there was a bylaw recommendation from the bylaws committee yesterday for this exact motion to include NOTA with other voters, and that was shot down.
I don't recall that. So your point of order is not well taken. Okay, so we are back to the amendment, which is to add NOTA to the ballots, and in order to be elected, you have to get at least the number of votes that NOTA gets.
Madam Chair, may I speak against?
Not yet.
Okay.
Was there a second?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Is there objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of information?
I'm going to explain something about how points of information work.
I did mess it up.
You do not get to cut the line just because you want to say something. And you need to be very, very careful, lots of you in here, very careful that if you're asking a question, like you're wanting information, that is very different than coming up and making a statement or asking a question that is meant for debate. If you want to debate, you need to get in line behind the other people who are in line to debate. So you need to consult with the other people in the lines to see what they're in line for and make sure that what you have to do or what you want to do has precedent over what they want to do. Is that clear? If you need information, truly, genuinely need information in order to be able to continue in this process on this item, then consult with your colleagues here and see if they also agree before you cut in line to get your problem solved. That's right. I feel like I've been trying for 4 years to get this. It is a request for information if you want information. But if what you're trying to do is cut in line to say something that is actually debate and forming it into a question, that's not okay. Please don't do that. Okay. Do you have an actual question, or are you debating?
Speaking against the motion.
Go ahead, please. Microphone 1.
Okay. Lee Sharp, Harris
I need
County.
order in the room.
Point of order.
Mr. Wilford.
Before he does, I would like to speak for the motion.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought you
Thank
already had. Go ahead.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order. I would like you to ask.
Mr. Sparkman.
Ask that the people in line not cut in front of those people who have to sit in a chair, a mobile chair.
Yes, thank you. I think that speaks to just be respectful and considerate of the other delegates who are here. Okay. All right, Mr. Wilford.
So I am genuinely curious to hear my colleagues' points on denying NOTA. The right to not elect people to any position has been a long-held tradition of this party. We have long upheld our right to say that we don't like anybody here. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the case, and I would urge y'all to use NOTA appropriately and only use it if there's not anyone you like up there. However, for us to sit here and say that now we want to abandon NOTA, it's going to be a really hard argument later to tell the state, well, wait, we just meant that for y'all. We didn't want to abide by our own principles. So for that reason, I think we should include NOTA.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your objection?
Yes, please. John, I agree. I love NOTA. It's not against NOTA. It's against a procedural loophole that can happen in this, because one thing libertarians agree on is that we love NOTA, nothing else. And so it's very possible that everyone in this room could vote NOTA. No one on the delegate list actually meets that threshold, and we send 0 people to Washington. That's my concern. And so if we're doing this, I just want everybody to realize, we're racing down the freeway with no seatbelt.
Thank you. And you wishing to speak?
I'm neutral.
For?
I'm neutral. I'm just making a comment.
Okay.
Yep. So this is why I spoke for the for and against yesterday when we talked about this is the exact reason why. All of y'all don't know how other people are going to use NOTA in this room, and y'all are worried about it. Y'all should not have to worry about how other people are going to use it. That's why we have a for and against, because NOTA runs as a head-to-head race against every person on the ballot. But if y'all want to have an experiment right now, let's do it. Let's see what happens. I'm interested to see the results.
Are you asking for information?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. Robin Adams, Navarro County. How many delegates, and how many delegates are we supposed to send?
We have 74 spots.
Okay.
Good question. 74 delegate spots and 74 alternate spots.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to speak for the
Go ahead.
motion. Guys, with respect to Lee, we could also be struck by lightning this afternoon. We could suddenly be fighting off an invasion of space aliens. Like, I don't see any statistical likely in the real world practical way that we're all going to vote NOTA and send nobody to DC. I mean, let's be realistic, let's be practical. Thank you. NOTA has a purpose, and if you as a delegate are so unprepared and out of the loop that there's nobody running for delegate that you would support, then vote NOTA, because that's what it means. None of the above. If you don't see anybody running for this position, for this representative responsibility, then vote NOTA. But if you can't think of anybody to send to DC that's on this list, if you don't agree with anybody that's on this list, I think you're not paying attention to what's going on here. We have a lot of good people on the list, right? We have a lot of good people on the list. Can I get an amen? So vote for the people you support. Don't vote for the people you don't support. And if in the unlikely event you actually can't think of anybody to vote for, vote NOTA. And NOTA will get a few votes, and that'll be the end of it. And we can all get past this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone at microphone 2 who would like to speak against this amendment?
Request for information?
You don't get to do that, and you don't get to do that. Is there anyone at microphone 2 who wants to speak against this amendment?
Request for information.
So you're not speaking against it?
No, I have a genuine question.
Okay. Your name and county, please.
Susan Barney, Blanco County.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm genuinely confused. So we have 74 positions to fill and alternates. Obviously, we have a greater number of that to vote on. If we're doing approval voting and we have 50 that get a majority 3, but then we have 50 with 1 vote, how are we breaking ties to fill the positions up to 74? I'm not understanding that.
Delegate positions are not ranked.
Okay.
Alternate positions are ranked.
Okay.
So when we get to the alternates, we can deal with that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I also have a request for information.
Yes, sir.
I think the maker of the, oh, here he is. What I'm not understanding is if we have a list of names and also a spot for none of the above, I don't understand how ballots are counted if a voter marks some names and also marks none of the above. How is that counted?
Neither do I. And neither does anyone in here, because we've been trying to settle this argument, I feel like, for years.
Well, if John has the answer, he can answer it now.
Yes. So are you asking the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So I intentionally didn't answer that question so that this body could decide, because I have never been able to propose a sensible, reasonable answer that 2/3 of libertarians can agree on in 10 years. So I want to let y'all decide how NOTA works.
Well, I mean, it seems like it's not a I'd have to raise a point of order against the motion if it's not defined.
Say that again?
I think if the motion's not defined, how can we vote on it? I mean, we have to have a defined motion.
We've had bylaws that aren't defined for years.
Yep. It's in order. The secretary has a, never mind? Okay.
So, excuse me, I just want to clarify my request. At this time, the chair cannot answer the question how a ballot will be counted if there are multiple.
Do you want my opinion about how it will be counted?
That would be great if
Okay.
the maker of the motion doesn't
In my
know.
opinion, you have a list of names. You can choose from any of those names that you want, or you can choose none with NOTA at the bottom. You can choose, check the box that says none of the above with all the names listed at the top, and you get, that's your choice. You choose none, or you choose some.
So that's my request.
That is how I have always interpreted it.
I understand that part of it, but my request for information is how is the ballot counted if some names are checked and also none of the above is checked?
Well,
how will that be counted?
If we were to do it that way, that ballot would be discarded.
Okay,
It
so
would
that would
be a spoiled ballot.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are still at an amendment. Adding NOTA, winners have to get at least they have to get tie or beat NOTA. Anybody else wishing to speak on this? I see lots of people at the microphone. Are you waiting to speak on this, or you just want to nominate somebody?
I call the question.
Thank you.
Carter Cole Harris.
Okay. All right, so the question has been called. It's seconded. Is there any objection to calling the question? I hear objection. Mr. Thomas, what is your question?
Is this the question called on just the amendment or the everything?
Yes, just the amendment. He called the question. Yeah. Carter Cole. Okay. There was objection to calling the question, so we're going to proceed to a vote on calling the question. That means we're going to end debate on the amendment. And the amendment is to add NOTA and require winners to tie or beat NOTA, essentially. You have to get as many votes as NOTA or more in order to qualify. So, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Requires 2/3. All opposed? Okay. We are now proceeding to a vote on the amendment, which again is to add NOTA to every ballot and require that you have to beat NOTA or tie with NOTA in order to be elected as a national delegate. Everyone understand?
Pardon me, Madam Chair. Point of personal privilege. There's a lot of conversation going on in the gallery area back there, and if you're sitting close to back there, it's hard to hear.
Thank you, Mr.
Could we please have order?
Thank you. And you're not the only one hearing, and I can actually hear it up here too. So, thank you for that. All right. So here we go. This is this requires 2/3 vote. No, the amendment is just a majority vote. All in favor of adding NOTA to the ballot, approval voting ballot, raise your hand. Opposed? The motion passes. Okay, so we are back now to the main motion, which is to do this by approval voting. Now we know that NOTA is going to be added. In order to win, you have to tie or beat NOTA. That is where we are now. Is there anyone still seeking to be recognized on that main motion?
Yes, I want to speak against.
Point of order.
Mr. Wilford.
The original motion that was being amended was a suspension of the rules, so it's not debatable and will be 2/3. Was it?
It wasn't a suspension.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Mr. Golston.
Yes, there is absolutely a use case for voting for candidates and NOTA. It probably doesn't apply as much this convention as. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. There is absolutely a use case, admittedly not as important this convention probably, for voting for multiple candidates and NOTA. It means that, yes, you would be okay with NOTA winning, you would be okay with these candidates winning, and you're against everybody you're not voting for. That is different from abstaining from everybody you're not voting for. Very big difference. Please, let's allow NOTA and a candidate.
Request for information.
Mr. Wilford.
What is the exact amendment right now that we are about to debate?
We're not on an amendment. The amendment has already passed, so we're back to the main motion, which is to nominate or to elect national delegates by approval voting with NOTA on the ballot, and you have to tie or beat NOTA to win.
Can we get the motion on the screen?
Further request for information, and maybe there's a thing I missed and it's got me confused. Mr. Thomas's suspension of the rules passed then, and that's done? To not require a majority, that was the suspension?
Yes.
That passed, okay, thank you.
You just have to beat NOTA or tie with NOTA.
Refresh it.
The motion, you're getting the motion on the screen?
It
Okay.
was on the screen. It just had-
I want to make an amendment.
The amended motion.
I'll let you go.
This is
I want to speak to the main motion, so if you want to do it first.
It should say, use approval voting to elect national delegates, adding NOTA to any ballot for national delegate and require anyone to receive an equal or higher number of votes than NOTA. Is that not what it says?
That is certainly my motion.
Yes, I agree. I agree. According to the parliamentarian, this is only going to require a majority vote. Are there still people to be recognized on this? Can we get a line?
Nominations up here.
Because it just looks like the mob just keeps getting bigger at the microphones, and thank you.
Single file.
Mr. Sparkman?
I would like to make a motion that any ballot that has candidates and the NOTA options selected not be discarded and be counted. Motion to amend.
So is this, well, we are currently dealing with a motion, so are you moving to amend
I am
the
moving to
existing
amend
one?
the existing motion.
Okay. And the way you would word that is,
We have a second. Am I the only one?
is that on the screen?
It should be.
Okay.
Kyle, is
Can
it
you
not
see her
refreshing?
typing on the screen? Is the screen showing that she's typing? Like, I can't see the screens. They're too far forward.
No.
Okay.
I don't
So
see it.
what the secretary is, the motion, as we understand it, Mr. Sparkman, is what we're dealing with right now is use approval voting to elect national delegates, adding NOTA to any ballot for national delegate, and require anyone to receive an equal or higher number of votes than NOTA. You want to add allowing NOTA to be selected in addition to other nominees.
Correct.
Probably other. Mr. Westbrook? What? We haven't even clarified it yet, but yes.
Okay. Cool.
So that everyone would know what it was, and then they would know whether or not they want a second.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay, is it up there now?
Yes.
Mr. Sparkman, is this what you intended? It's basically the last clause there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We passed this, right?
Yes.
Passed that amendment.
Okay, there was a second. Is there objection?
Objection.
Of course. All right, Mr. Sparkman, do you need to speak to this any further?
I believe so.
Go ahead.
So NOTA's been a long-standing tradition within the Libertarian Party. In fact, I'm Sean Noda Sparkman for the convention. It's on my name tag. It's very important that we as a party, and what differentiates us from other parties, to be able to stand up and say no to a candidate. We've always been told that we can only vote for the main two parties. We want to say no to those instead of electing somebody, then we should be able to say no within our own party. Thank you.
Thank you. Who objected? Go ahead. Did you object to?
I'm speaking against. I didn't object, but I'm speaking against.
I need who objected to this amendment?
Half the world.
Who's going to speak for the objectors?
I'll speak for the
Anyone?
objection. I'll speak for the
Okay.
objection. I think this goes against the spirit of what Mr. Amerling was saying earlier. It's the fact that none of the above means none of the above. So selecting both none of the above and somebody else, that seems like a contradiction to me. And I think it also violates the spirit of this motion in the first place. If you're against this, we should vote against the main motion and not against this amendment, because this is just a clarification in my case. And so in that sense, I think it needs to be voted down.
Okay. Hang on a second. I would like to recognize the secretary at this time because she's had something to say and we haven't allowed it yet, so please do.
I want to speak in favor of the amendment because grammatically none of the above is kind of a shitty way to put it. Because what NOTA really is it gives granularity to the undervote. In elections, in the general election, the undervote is counted. It is used to measure the amount of apathy in a given election. However, whenever you can vote for NOTA and other candidates, what it does is it takes not submitting a ballot and it can measure the apathy that way. But whenever you can select NOTA and other candidates, you get the level of dissatisfaction with the candidates. You get to actually get an understanding for how people felt about the candidates that were presented to them. We deserve this level of granularity both in our party and outside of it, and I think that we should support this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, you've been waiting.
Carter Cole Harris, I call the question.
The question has been called. The question is Carter Cole. Carter Cole. Yes.
Quick request for information. If we decide to not allow to spoil ballots that have NOTA and another candidate, does Open Vote have any automatic way to do that, or will that be a manual one-by-one process on every ballot?
One by one.
The question was called. It was seconded. Is there objection to calling the question?
Yes. Objection.
Okay. All right. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Requires 2/3. Opposed? Yes. We will now proceed to a vote on the amendment, Mr. Sparkman's amendment, which is to allow NOTA to be selected in addition to other candidates. All right. All in favor? Raise your hand. No. No. We are voting on Mr. Sparkman's amendment, which is to allow voters to select candidates and NOTA and not have a spoiled ballot, basically. So in order to count votes for, to count ballots that have NOTA checked and candidates. All in favor? Opposed? Does not pass. All right. So the amendment fails. We are back to the main motion, which is approval voting with NOTA. And in order to be elected, you have to either tie or beat NOTA. That's where we are. Further discussion.
Point of information. Would the...
Your name?
My name's Matt Wallace. I'm from Aransas County.
Okay.
Do we need to add what you just said to the motion, that if someone does vote NOTA, none of the other delegates that they voted for count?
I don't know that we need to do that. I've
Okay.
stated that that's what would happen.
Okay, cool,
So
thank you.
as long as everyone understands that that's what happened, and it sounds like that's exactly what they want, with some exceptions. Okay. All right, so.
Request for information.
Yes, sir.
How does the chair interpret the current motion?
I really want to speak, and then you can call. I'm fine.
The way I interpret it is you're going to get ballots that have names on them, which we haven't yet even listed, and NOTA at the bottom. And then you pick either NOTA or you pick some people from the list. And if you pick NOTA and some people from the list, your ballot is spoiled.
Okay.
That is my interpretation. And if I were to continue to be chair, it would be my interpretation until such time as we solve this otherwise.
I agree with that. I would like, if I can, sorry, Secretary, I would like to ask you a question. So, using OPA vote, which I assume we're using,
We don't have to.
We don't have to. Okay, so using open vote, if we use that, since there's no way to automatically take out spoiled ballots are possible now. Are you going to have to cull through all the data one by one to pull out and hand calculate every single vote, just like we were paper voting anyway?
Yep.
Except without the paper. We're just removing a piece of paper.
Same.
Okay. I just want to make sure everyone knows what's going on.
It'll take people longer. They'll have to turn them in. We'll have to make sure that they're like. I think it'll still be better using open vote.
Is there any further discussion? I see you
I
guys are
wanna speak
backing away.
against-
Mr. Cole?
I want to speak against the use of approval voting.
So we are back to the main motion. We have someone wishing to speak against the main motion.
So I think that the delegation that we send to national is supposed to reflect our views as a body. And I think that being able to individually vote for and against delegates is a signal that says our approval with that candidate. So if they're sent and they got a bunch of notas, they know that they need to maybe moderate their voting decisions if they want to agree with the body. Like, they're supposed to be representing us, and it's a signal for us to show we agree with what you are doing or we don't agree with what you're doing. It's not just who should we send, it's showing our opinions of the people that are representing our party at national.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. We are starting to get very repetitive here. We're saying the same things over and over again, and the thing that from my perspective, standing up here, seeing all of you, the consensus is approval voting is you pick who you want, or you pick, and if NOTA's in there, or you pick NOTA. We cannot continue to beat this horse to death right now. Like, it's going to have to be done some other time. We have work to do. We all know that there are some people who don't want approval voting the way we've customarily done it. We all know that we need some other way of doing this to satisfy the desire to vote for and against. But clearly, that is not what this body wants today, and we need to move on. So, the main motion is approval voting with NOTA. Mr. DiBianca.
Madam Chair, I believe we voted on Mr. Sparkman's amendment to the amendment. I do not think we have voted on Mr. Wilford's amendment yet. We are not back to the main motion.
On whose amendment?
Mr. Wilford's amendment to add NOTA. We have not
We
voted on that
absolutely
yet.
did. We absolutely did, and it passed.
Thank you.
The main motion is as you see it on screen. That is where we are. It doesn't make sense to me to continue arguing about why we should be allowed to vote for no for someone. We get it. We all get it.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Sparkman.
That was him.
I'm assuming that was a second.
No, mine's already been voted on and failed.
And if you are the one who wants to object, stand up. Mr. Roberts? Mr. Lozano? Okay, wonderful. So that's what we're doing. We are now proceeding to a vote on this motion. That should be on screen.
I think so.
Mr. Russell, is that on the screen? Mr. Lozano, can you confirm that it's on the screen? Thank you. Okay. All in favor of approval, this majority only, all in favor of the motion at hand, which is approval voting with NOTA. You have to tie or beat NOTA. All opposed? Okay, we have a process. Thank you so much. The counting will be tedious, so you're just going to have to bear with us when we get to that point. We are now back to open nominations. I think I saw you here earlier for nominations anyway, so I'm going to go here.
Great.
Yes.
Think how to do this. I was a little salty about this 2 years ago when Kate did this because I also received support from SLEC for the national delegates at that time. But I've had a chance to think about it a lot since then, and I would like to ask this body to approve naming Kevin Hale our #1 delegate to national, second time, hardest working candidate in the party, Mr. Kevin Hale.
Fourth time? Fourth time. Fourth time.
Fourth time.
I assume it was seconded.
I consider it an honor, and I also consider the fact that I because y'all have done that for me, I try to work as hard as I can for you, especially during my campaigns and as my chair of Dallas County and as a member of Select. So I would be honored if you'd give me the privilege one more time to be delegate #1.
Give him Hale in D.C.
Nominations do not require seconds anyway, so microphone 2.
Frank Lozano, Cameron County. I don't know who put out this list essentially, but in the interest of expediency and so we can all get to lunch faster, let's just, instead of going one by one, let's just nominate everyone on the list and then we can keep going on. Seconds not needed.
Nominations don't require seconds. You have a list you want to enter, a list of people you want to enter into nomination.
Yeah, I don't know who made it, but it looks like I checked it against the interest form and it matches up.
Can you?
Well, not
Whoa!
completely.
We're not closing nominations. So if someone's name is missing, calm down. Nominations are still open. Okay. Mr. Lozano,
and for the body's
you have a
clarification-
list. Is there anyone in the room who knows what list he's talking about and has an electronic version of it to send? Oh, wow. It is on the screen. Okay.
Is that the same list? I don't know if it's
Can you confirm that's the list you're referring to?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
correct list.
Thank you. Nominations are still open. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Microphone 1.
I believe this is Joe White, Harris County. There are 3 names that are on the screen that are not on the handout today that I'd like to add in to make sure for the body of people who don't have them. And those names are Lee Hamilton, Darren Hamilton, and Daniel McCarthy. And then those names match up what's on the screen, and I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Got him?
Yeah, they're actually on the.
Microphone 2.
Hi, my name is Matt Wallace from Aransas County. This is my wife, Danielle Durant. I would like to nominate the 2 of us to be delegates to national. We affiliated the Aransas County. I was also involved in Nueces County, kept that going. Previously, I was involved in the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, so I've been involved since 2019. I love this party, and I'm looking forward to doing the work. Thank you.
Stay there. Matt Wallace.
Matt Wallace.
And Danielle Durant.
It's actually Matthew Wallace.
Matthew Wallace.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1. Mr. Polsky.
For expediency here, since we're bulk nominating people, I would like to make a motion, or I would like to nominate everybody who has filled out an application for consideration to be a national delegate.
And there's a good chance a lot of those people
There
are
may be
already
duplicates.
up here.
Correct,
Okay.
but there are a
Okay,
number
so
of
we
names
need
that are
to
missing.
pull that list and then make sure that those people get on.
Correct.
Onto the ballot. Okay. Thank you. Do I need a pause? You good? Okay. Microphone 2.
I'd like to nominate Nikki Brashear from Willacy.
Nikki Brashear.
Yes, I think she actually put in an application, but I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Well, N-I-C-K-Y? The spelling?
I got it.
Yeah,
You're good.
we got it. Microphone 1, Mr. Haskett.
Stephen Haskett, Travis County. My wife and I really appreciate being considered, but we will be unable to attend. As such, I'd like to remove us from the list of
So,
nominations. We decline.
Okay, Stephen and Mary Haskett are declining the nomination. Got it? All right. Yes. Lame, but I get it. Ms. Rushing.
Yes, I rise to nominate Kevin Carney as a delegate to National Convention.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kevin Carney?
Kevin Carney?
C-A-R-N-E-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a point of information and a possible motion. According to the agenda, we're supposed to break for lunch at 11:30. How close are we keeping to that?
We have 8 minutes.
So I would like to make a motion that we extend the time for this specific purpose to nominate people to go to DC to represent our party for an additional 20 to 30 minutes, depending on how much longer this is going to take.
I really don't think we're going to need that.
We can always leave earlier than 20 to 30 minutes, but I'm giving us some buffer space.
We have a scheduled lunch that we've contracted for and paid for that people need to attend.
Would we
So
be able to
have-
continue after lunch?
Absolutely.
Okay, then never
Yes.
mind.
That is what people want to do. I feel like we can get the nomination part done before we go to lunch, and then we can spend the lunchtime doing whatever we need to do, and maybe even, and then we can come back and ballot immediately and be done with it. So yes, Mr. Benedict.
Thank you. I'm Wes Benedict from Williamson County. About the voting, normally I vote for the people that I know, and then I just kind of vote randomly for all the rest because I don't know, often towards the top of a list because I don't know them. Because I'm concerned about the direction of our party and I want to make sure we do a good job representing at the national convention, what I'm going to do is I'm going to vote for everybody on this printed list, and then I'll probably vote for a few more of the people I know, but I'm not going to randomly vote for other people because I don't want to elect people that I don't know where they stand, and I kind of know where these people on this list stand, and so I'm going to vote for all these people on this list.
Do you have a nomination, Mr. Benedict?
No, I'd like y'all to continue nominations. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else seeking to be recognized for nominations. Is there a motion to close nominations? Motion to close. This requires.
The list was on the screen. The list was on. Somebody just said they hadn't seen the list. The list was on the screen.
Request for information.
It was on the screen.
It's also on the QR code.
Somebody actually make the motion. Is it though? Is it? It is apparently also on the.
Yeah. Request for information.
It works better if you don't try to say request for information while I'm actually speaking.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, how can I help you?
We have the printed list, and then we have additional people that were nominated that were in a folder, and then we have additional people that were nominated individually. Before we close nominations, can we see a complete list of all names that are up for consideration?
Yes, and just to be clear, the printed list has, I mean, obviously the printed list has been entered in an electronic form here, but that's a separate thing from what's on the screen. What we are going by is what should be on the screen, which includes the printed list, plus everybody who submitted an interest form, and anyone else who was entered from the floor. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Is it on screen? We're getting there.
Yeah.
That is the intention, is to have it up there for you before we close. I thought it was. But
Perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
Microphone 2.
I move that we stand at ease until that list is up.
Absolutely. We have no choice. We also have 4 minutes.
Request for information.
Mm-hmm.
You may not know the answer to this, but does anybody else in the body know where that list came from?
I have no idea.
My understanding is that is a delegation list provided by the Classical Liberal Caucus.
What is your point?
I'm
Just
pretty
wanted
sure
to
that
clarify.
list was literally just a printout of everybody who submitted the form.
That is not true at all.
Okay. I don't,
So-
my answer is I don't know.
Okay. I just wanted to
But
ask.
the list has been entered. It is valid.
Point of inquiry. When we get our ballots to vote for national delegates, will the order be randomized, or will somebody who submitted a list and got that in early, will those names be up top?
I need all of the side conversations to stop, because when you're talking, especially when you're back there, it echoes all the way up here, and I need to be able to hear the delegates at the microphone, and I'm sure it disturbs the people at the back. If you have to carry on conversations, please exit the room. Mr. Holcomb.
My question, Madam Chair, is when we get our ballots to vote for national delegate, will the list be randomized, or will it go in the order that nominees were made? My concern is if there's a list of people that were nominated as a list, then those people will go to the top, and that just doesn't seem fair if somebody's voting from the top down.
So the preference would be that it be randomized. The question is going to be, does it then put NOTA somewhere in that mix randomly, as opposed to at the bottom where it's very clear? But as long as everybody understands that NOTA means the same thing no matter where it is, then we should be fine. But
we can randomize it, have NOTA. NOTA will not be at the bottom. NOTA will be randomized like everything else. Or they can define a way that they want to have it listed. They can do alphabetical.
okay,
First alphabetical.
but if you do it alphabetical, NOTA would still be the same. Or you would type them in. Okay, so there are a couple options, Mr. Holcomb. It preferably would be randomized under normal circumstances, but we do have NOTA in the mix here, which means that it will also wind up randomized. So if everybody agrees that they understand that regardless of the placement of NOTA on your ballot, it still means the same thing. It means none of the rest in that case, okay? The other option is for, you can decide to do it alphabetically. NOTA will then still be potentially, oh no, I think you said we could list them alphabetically, but that's going to take more time and probably unnecessary, as long as you understand that no matter where NOTA is on the ballot, it means none of the rest.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
I was just
so we can do she says she can do it alphabetically and then put NOTA at the bottom. If
Do I need a motion for that?
suffices.
Please.
Then I so move.
Okay, we have a motion to alphabetize by first name or last name, Mr. Holcomb?
It doesn't matter. Last name?
Okay. A motion to alphabetize.
Please be first name.
It could be. First name is fine too.
By
I just
first
wanted to
name.
make sure that it's randomized.
Yes. Okay, by first name, the motion is to display the list, the ballot, candidates by first name, alphabetized by first name with NOTA at the bottom. Any objection? Hot damn. Thank you. We might have ballots. All right, it is also 11:30. Orders of the day would have us recessing for lunch. I would like to give the secretary a couple minutes just to get caught up on the list, for everybody to please take a look at the list. Make sure you know what's going to happen so that when we come back, we can't ballot while we're at recess. So when we come back, we will be balloting. All right?
Are we considering nominations closed then?
No, not yet, because...
So then we won't be balloting when we come back, but shortly after.
Okay. Do you want
Right?
well, unless somebody closes nominations right now.
True.
Is anybody in line to continue nominating people?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
I was outside when this happened. Could my name please be removed from the list?
Is there anyone else who has
Point of
been
personal
nominated
privilege.
who wants to be removed from the list? Okay. You what? They're not sure if they're on the list because we can't see it all. Yes. Do you have a question?
Just a quick reminder, it was a few state conventions ago when a gentleman whose last name began with a Z asked us to do reverse alphabetical order because all of his life, from K-12 to college, he was always the last one being called. Just a little color, a little history for the party. That was kind of a fun little event.
Point of information, Scott Talley, Williamson County. From what I understand, what we just voted on for the voting process, it's possible that we may not fill our delegation. Is that correct?
That's always possible.
If anybody is noted on the delegate list, do they still have the ability to be nominated as an alternate?
I would interpret no, though the motion didn't state that. The motion said approval voting with NOTA. You have to beat NOTA or tie with it. Where is that? Where is that? How we're doing it?
But the alternate voting is separate.
So we're going to have a whole ballot for alternates now?
It's a separate vote, so if I would assume they would be qualified to try and run for an alternate if they do get noted in the first.
I don't have any reason to say no to that. When we get to that point in time, this body can decide how to handle that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Talley. All right.
Since nominations are still open, we might as well.
Okay. Since no one has moved to close nominations yet, we do need to break. So we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. When we come back, we will be able to view the list, see if there's anybody still outstanding that you would like to add, and give people an opportunity also to withdraw their names. And then we will proceed with the rest of this item.
I will very likely still be working all the way through lunch, so if somebody wants to come and confirm whether or not their name has already been put into nomination, you can come up to me and we can take a look, okay? Oh, okay, thank you. I'm good. Go enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Take a break.
Guys, if you're planning on leaving and not coming back, please stop by Credentials and check out. Only if you're planning on leaving and not coming back, check out with Credentials. Otherwise,
Yes, thank you for that. Also, delegates, please be back at 1 o'clock.
I just got asked where the lifetime member lunch is. It'll be in room D. Same place yesterday's lunch, same place gala, behind the VIP lounge. And it's only for lifetime members, obviously, but yeah.
Yes, I'm almost done. Okay.
One other quick announcement is that the silent auction that's going on, the items that are in back on the shelf there by the door, that will close right after lunch, and we'll announce the winners after lunch.
Okay, we're in alphabetical order. What are you looking for? Sorry, didn't recognize your voice. Okay. No. Here's what I'm going to do. No, I can't do that there. Okay. So when we come back, nominations are still going to be open. So somebody's going to nominate you?
Well, I've got to.
Wait, where?
Because Nathan.
Oh.
The list I was.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. I haven't gone through the list of applications to compare to this yet.
Okay.
So. Gotcha. Right. Okay. If you can come in a little bit early.
Sure.
But if you filled out a thing here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll list.
Okay. Well, I'm about to compare that list to this list, and then add all of those people, or all of these people who aren't on this. Yes. Really? Of course, I didn't realize my name's on there. I haven't filled these out. I thought it was just the list of everybody.
I was going to say, on one of the names up here, he has J. David Robertson, so I don't know if that'd make a difference. I know he goes by David.
Yeah.
But I don't know if people get like nitpicky about it.
Everybody knows if it's J. David or John David.
Yeah.
For other places where he's been nominated, I just put David
Like,
Robertson.
I don't want him to not be eligible because the name
He'll
is
be
wrong.
eligible.
So,
That won't impact
Because
it.
I'm like, my name is spelled so weird that I'm like, I don't want to be not valid because my name is spelled wrong.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're fine.
She was the whore on the show apparently in Dynasty. That's what some little old lady told me when I was at work one day.
Love
I
that.
was like, oh my god, I would tell everyone that. But I'm sure your name got spelled wrong growing up too.
All the time. And pronounced so many different ways.
Thank you for doing this. Oh, I found the keyboard.
Thank you. Okay. I would prefer that you do that while we're in business. That way they're not like, excuse me, you've deleted his name. Yes. I would rather
you just want to talk about something?
I was just going to make a very quick personal announcement. This is not party, this is personal. I just want to say real quick, I've had quite a few people come up to me and ask me details about why I withdrew my name, worried that something about the election had something to do with it. I just want to clear everyone's mind. I had a work-related thing come up. I'm sticking around the party. This has nothing to do with the election, so thank you.
I'd seen different numbers. I just wasn't sure.
I'm seeing 73 and 74, and I guess those are still climbing by the last time I saw it. But anyway, assuming that we have more than that, but we still get some of these.
Okay.
Historically, people would be like, I need to make everybody from who didn't make it up to ones who didn't. I feel like that has worked the best. Somebody asked if we should just go ahead and try to do that preemptively, and I said no. I feel like that wastes time because it makes people think that we're trying to like pull one over on them and they're having to approve a list they haven't even seen yet. So I suggested that somebody just make that motion.
Yeah, once we have the results, make the motion.
Okay,
and that'll be
cool. And that one should be way
Yes. How was lunch?
You're doing a super job.
Thank you. I'm doing my best.
A request to delegation captains, please make sure your delegates are still here. If they are not, please let credentials know.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. Are you on the choice? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's why. I looked for duplicates. Okay. Thank you. Which one do you want? Okay.
Delegates, as you come back into the room, you will note that on the screens, the full list of nominees for national delegates is posted for you. Please use this time to review it so that when we get started again, which is going to be in 2 minutes, we'll be able to make continued progress on dispensing with this item. We still have to do alternates after this, so and a few other things. Awesome. Great. Secretary also posted it an hour ago in Discord. So hopefully everybody is up to speed. If you intend to make additional nominations, please come to the microphones now so that we can take care of that. If you need to withdraw your name,
It's already been addressed.
please come forward so that we can take care of that.
Thank you, sir.
Is Jody or Kate in the room right now? Jody, Kate? No.
I'm taking care of it. Yeah.
All right. We are coming back to order. The chair recognizes quorum. We will proceed. We are obviously still in the nomination phase of this agenda item, which is to elect our national delegates. When we left, we were waiting for a full list so that everybody can see and make the determination as to whether or not they think this list is complete. I do see people at the microphones. Mr. Mitchell, I see you at microphone 2. Are you? Oh, sorry. Secretary needs something. Yes.
Did we pass the motion for Kevin Hill to already be delegate? Like he's already elected? Is that what that was?
Because what would happen then if that passes, no matter where he is on the
wouldn't be voted on because he's already been elected. He wouldn't be in the ballot.
Okay. So the secretary has brought to my attention that we did a little thing earlier that was, I guess, kind of meant to be ceremonial, but also if we want it to actually be a thing, we have to vote on it, which is making Kevin Hale delegate number 1. So even though it was clear that everybody was fine with that, what that means is when we actually do our balloting and we get the results, we're going to have delegates listed, those who made the cut. Oh, and it's also 76, by the way. We get 76 delegates. What that would mean is that we have to then put him at the top of the list regardless of where he was in. It's not an official ranking because we don't rank our delegates, we rank our alternates. But no matter where he winds up in that list, he would, as long as he qualifies, I guess, even if he doesn't, I guess, because we would bump him to the first spot. Does everybody understand where we are? So we really kind of need to formalize that in order to make it a thing.
Madam
Your
Chair.
microphone is not on. What are you doing?
Madam Chair, I move that Kevin Hale, upon election, conditional upon his election, he be listed as delegate number 1 on our delegate list.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Is there objection to this? Great, done. Problem solved. Thank you. Okay. Again, we are back to the list is up there. If you have additional nominations, Mr. Mitchell, I was at you, and are you nominating? Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I'm Patrick Mitchell, Victoria County. I'd like to nominate Scott Horton to be a delegate to National Convention.
And I guess you got to redo the ordering. Microphone 1.
I'd like to nominate Amy Pierce of Harris County.
Amy Pierce.
She says she wants to go.
Nobody else there? Mr. Watts?
Nathan Watts of Harris County. I'm asking for my name to be removed from consideration for delegates. While I appreciate it, I will probably not be able to attend. I'm happy to be considered as an alternate, but I would rather give preference to people who are ready and more sure that they're able to attend.
I think he was removing himself.
Oh, and I forgot to say, I'm sure to see the other Nathans of the Nathan Caucus will take care of y'all. So it's,
More nominations?
Madam Chair, I move that we close nominations at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there any objection to closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. So at this point, again, just a reminder for those who may have just walked in, we actually get 76 delegates and 76 alternates. I do not know how long our nominee list is at this point, but
108.
okay.
107.
All right, so we've got plenty of room for everyone who is nominated, should they qualify. We're just at this point waiting for ballots. Credentials Committee, do we need to do this process again? Yes, we do, don't we? Okay, so have you already prepared ballots?
No.
Okay, all right. So do you need, again, the captains to come? Okay, so delegation captains, please go back to the credentials table to verify your count and roster. Again, those of you who want paper ballots, let us know sooner rather than later if that's the case, but go to the credentials table first to have your email address stricken from this list for the time being.
Madam Chairman?
Who was that? Mr. DiBianca, yes.
Can you tell us the total number of nominees?
Looks like 107, I think.
I will. Hang on.
107, I think.
Oh, I have 108 here.
107, that's what I think it is.
No, count over here.
107. There were 107 people entered into nomination.
Madam Chair, I have a request for information. Just to clarify, if I vote for NODA, it is very important that I not vote for other candidates in order not to spoil my ballot and to make the process of counting a lot more cumbersome. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Request for information?
Yes, sir.
Scott Horton was nominated by Patrick Mitchell. He had already filled out the delegate form for national, but he wasn't up
So he
here.
should have been on there already?
He should have already been on there.
Okay. Yeah, we'll make sure he's not repeated. Shouldn't be, though. I mean, we have caucus.
No, he just wasn't on there. So he's on there once now. Maybe. I had it up, like, I did a final update after we went to lunch.
Didn't hit send.
Possibly.
That's happened to a lot of people for other forms.
76. Nobody else has checked out already? Oh.
But people are supposed to be in the room. Don't people? I do not believe we do.
And y'all are emailing a new list?
Yeah. We had that at county, my county this time.
Oopsie daisy, that's not supposed to be. Does this?
I know it's a Roberts rule.
Is this clear to you? And I have this. There. Okay, just in case. Thank you. It is also your I would think, no, we can't.
I
starting to work on learning Portuguese. Yeah. I get it. They don't think
Maybe I'll wait till they try it. Yeah. I just want to make sure you and I agree on how to handle it.
For sure.
Just a reminder, if you are needing to leave early today, please do check out with the Credentials Committee so that we still have an accounting of who's here and who's not.
Just waiting on Credentials Committee at this point.
Oh gosh, we still have to do electors too. We still have to do the electors too.
Have to do electors.
We least we don't have like anything going on tonight that we have to. I mean, hopefully we don't go past 5 either way.
Madam Chair,
Credentials report.
credentials update.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a credentials update.
Currently total seated delegates, 146. Quorum, 74. 2/3, 98. 4/5, 117.
All right, 146 seated, 74 for quorum and majority, 98 for 2/3, 117 for 4/5.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Madam Secretary, the number of paper ballots has not changed from the last vote. I don't know how many there were last time.
There were 5. I think it was 5.
Oh, paper ballots.
Yeah,
paper
paper
ballots.
ballots.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how many emails there were last time. We have time for Liz to come and talk about it. I mean, probably, considering I'm still waiting on the report from the Credentials Committee.
Ms. Miller of Tarrant County.
Hey, everybody. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to take this opportunity to remind everybody that the 89th legislative session is only 275 days away or something, whatever. It starts now. It's on. We can't wait until the session starts to care and get involved, and I'm already working on it. So some things that could come up, of course, I'll be talking about cannabis as always because somebody needs to. I know it's a cliche when we do it, but there aren't people down there working on that except for the people working on making it more illegal. So I will be down there again regardless, talking about how I am forced to commit a felony in order to function. And I go on the record and say that. I'm on TV saying that. I'm under oath saying that. And I'll continue doing that as long as they're locking up young brown people. So there'll be that issue. They'll, of course, be fighting for our ballot access and to exist as a party. The good news is I also work on ballot board in Tarrant County, so I see the day-to-day, actually the day-to-day function of performing the election and counting the votes and all that. So we're collecting some feedback for the legislature. I got to know some of the people at the elections committee and some of my colleagues that are libertarians, like Jocelyn, of course, and Dwayne, but also Republicans and Democrats were coming together, and I will present those as suggestions on ways they can improve it, things they accidentally did and didn't mean to do, that kind of stuff. So that will help us earn credibility, so when they're trying to screw us, and I come in and say, please don't do that, I'm the nice, fair lady that came to them with all the trans-partisan ideas, right? So we're building, what Jocelyn and Dwayne do is really important in building credibility, and I encourage you to do that in your own county. Other things will come up. I know the right-wingers want to talk about certain things, and the left-wingers want to talk about certain things, so we will, of course, be standing there saying no, and, school choice will come up again, property taxes will come up again, so some of those things will come up, and then who knows, something else will happen, and it'll be another opportunity for us. But I just want you to know I'm already working on it, and I will be going regardless. And because now's the time to start planning about arrangements and staying with other, I've already talked to activists at other organizations about sharing accommodations and talking to people about that. So I'm already working on all that. Hit me up if you want to talk about it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Liz.
Madam Chair?
She's still waiting for your list,
That's
too.
right.
Okay.
we've had some fluctuation, and some people reported back to the Credentials Committee about people who had left.
Okay.
So we are now seated at 148.
So it's higher than it was a few minutes ago.
It was,
146.
and we have one, yes, ma'am, we've had a couple more.
Okay.
So quorum is now 75. 2/3 is now 99. 4/5 is 119.
19. Okay, 148 seated, 75 for quorum and majority, 99 for 2/3, and 119 for 4/5.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And we
we're
are still
hitting
waiting
send.
for the ballot roster.
Okay, check your email. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there was a back end formula.
Can I make may I make an addendum? I can't believe I just said that.
I'm sorry, dear, I didn't hear you.
May I make an addendum to my earlier
Absolutely.
comments? One of the things we'll be trying to do is the Defend the Garb bill. Last time, we had one sponsor, and he got caught with his pants down, so let's try to have more than one. So if you happen to know one of your members who would be into it, please, let's start working that right now.
We're almost there.
There's a Daniel caucus that could be allowed to yell.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. DiBianco?
since we're about to start soon, would you please repeat the ruling that if you vote for candidates and nota, your ballot will be thrown out?
I have done that already, but I will do it again. Everyone is clear that if you vote for nota and anyone else on this list, your ballot will not be counted. So if you want your votes for the people to count, or you want your vote for nota to count, you can only do one or the other.
Can I get somebody from Credentials Committee up here, please? We have 147 emails with these 5 paper ballots. That's 152. That's 4 that we shouldn't have.
Okay.
Can you come up here?
Oh, yeah. It's about 5 seconds.
Okay.
5 seconds.
This is 147 emails. You guys just said that there are 148 seated people. This is a list of 5 people who want paper ballots. That's 152. That's what we had before, so we go check with get me a list. Yeah. Okay. There should theoretically be 143 emails on that list. How many do you have? 147. I have 5 here. So if there are 148 people seated, then we should have 147. Correct.
Madam Chair, request for information.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I've heard this question asked yet. Is taxation theft?
Yes, taxation is theft.
Thank you.
And government is force.
Request for information.
Mr. Wilford.
Yeah, I was just wondering if somebody came to this for maybe their first time and liked what they saw and would like to support the work that we're doing here with maybe a monthly contribution or something, is there a website or something they could go to do that?
Yes, it is. We're still using www. Huh? Yes. lptexas.org/donation / stuff. Donate, just donate. lptexas.org / Thank you, Mr. Wilford.
Hi. Correct. Oh, there we go. Will you hand me those papers, please? We have 148 people who are.
Madam Chair, would it be in order for Jeff Miller to sing us an 80s song while we're waiting?
For who to do what?
Jeff Miller to sing us an 80s song while we're waiting?
And any objections? Sure. Let's hear it.
You guys sent me. There are 152 total.
it may be lovely, I don't know, but you need to concentrate.
So, does anybody remember the 80s? So, you know, all the heavy metal bands would always do their one ballad song to get the women fans, right? Even Guns N' Roses did Patience, you know, and they would always, that lead singer that was always screeching on their normal songs would sing all sweetly to get the chicks. But I always had respect for the one band and the one lead singer that didn't do that. And that was Tom Kiefer and the band Cinderella. They had their ballad song, just like everybody else. It was called Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone. But Tom wasn't doing that sweet singing thing. Well, sure, they had the gentle piano, started the violins just like normal. And then he got up to that microphone and said, "Can't tell you, baby, what went wrong."
That was magical, thank you.
These are trash. I'm sure it'll just take a minute. There it is. Okay, so let's take a look at this. All right. There are 148 here. It wasn't fixed earlier.
Oh, I know.
All right, it looks it is fixed.
It should be good.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Okay. All right, so with that, we have 144 with no spaces. That's 149. No.
Joe's coming, he seems to have information.
Yes?
Jocelyn, when you blacked out James Golston's email address, you did not delete the email address, so you answered one number wrong.
Who?
James Golston's
Okay, I've got it.
taken out because he went for a paper ballot.
Got it.
So that should bring the ballots.
That'll get us correct.
Microphone number 1, Ms. McCardle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Angela McArdle, Travis County. I just want to remind everyone, to all of our new candidates who were recently nominated to represent us, you can get voter gravity at a steep discount through the national party. Please reach out, votergravity@lp.org. I will make sure you get approved so you can get access to that tool. It helps you generate walk lists, keep track of data. It comes preloaded with data. It's a fantastic resource, and it will put you on the same playing field as uniparty candidates. So please reach out, votergravity@lp.org.
Thank you. Okay, we're almost there for real this time.
Ballots have been sent. If you selected paper ballot, come get it from me now, please.
can't.
It's up.
I'm sorry.
I was prepared to have to do pink ballots, which is essentially what we're doing.
Right.
We still have 7 ballots not cast.
7?
Thank you. Yes.
Please remind your neighbor to get their ballots in, just in case they're sitting next to you.
Grant Collingsworth mentioned that we should put an option that's everybody but Nona for something like this. I mean, there might be some people who that's what he wanted. Told him that's a good idea. I don't know why nobody's ever thought of that.
I'm pretty sure I've voted that way before.
Yeah.
Not, maybe not for this, but for
Right.
something.
Go check with the credentials committee and see what email address they have for you. It's not on my list of votes that haven't been cast. Go double check with them.
Yeah, we really need a trash can. work on getting you an answer. Okay. To facilitate it, okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, I will work on getting you an answer to that. In the meantime, deal with that. This needs to take precedence over what Are we, did we get them all back yet?
No, we have 2 outstanding. I'm about to make a motion to close
Okay.
balloting.
We still have 2 outstanding ballots. We need those submitted immediately, so please make sure that you have submitted your ballot. We are about to close them. The honorary. Oh, you're going to do that in here? Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's what we did last time.
But from there and
Yeah, that's fine.
not quite now.
Okay.
Like, yeah, we have got to finish this thing right now.
Yeah,
And I
okay,
need everybody. We still have people who have not submitted ballots, and I need everybody in here focused. So, but yes, we will. We will.
Add some.
Yes. Yes, for sure. Or you can come up here and do that, but just not now. You can. Please do.
All right,
What does it take to close? Ted's about to move in.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ted Brown, Travis County. I move to close balloting. If the last two people can't vote, it's
I
too
need
late.
order in the room. We are about to close. We have someone who is making a motion to close balloting so that we can move on. Please take your seats.
I move to close balloting immediately.
Thank you. Any objection? Great, done. And it was just one wound up? Yeah, we wound up just missing one at that point, so good job. Okay, while we are waiting for the results, we're deliberating a couple things up here, and I very, very much need calm in this room. Yes, and Mr. Emling has an announcement. Okay.
I want to start by just giving some props and one last shout out to our outgoing treasurer, Shakedown Kate. Fellow lifetime member and #1 on the list of Lone Star members. We started our last convention doing a lifetime lunch at midday on Sunday, and at which we get the sense of the body, the collected lifetime members, to see if there's anybody we want to honor with an honorary lifetime membership, just as a token of gratitude and respect for service to the party. And we talked about it at lunch earlier today, and I'm pleased to announce that we decided to give that award to Jeff Neal today for his long history of service to the Libertarian Party and to the cause of liberty worldwide. Jeff gets a lifetime coin today and a badge ribbon to put on his badge, and as soon as we can make the arrangements, he'll get a plaque from us just recognizing all that he's done. One more time for Jeff Neal.
I'm speechless.
I was just then giving the chair-elect some advice on letting Jeff have the microphone. So I missed him being speechless. Yep. You need anything?
Just time.
Yeah, just time. Mr. Burns.
All right.
Do you need counters?
I don't know what. Oh God, this is gonna be such a pain in the ass because I think this means. I think this is what we're Let's do a control sign for 108.
You've got.
Let's do this. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. It's fine. We've got this. I have no idea. Just really overwhelmed all at once. That's okay. That just really. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've got this. Just give me like 5 minutes right now. Okay.
Joe's gonna start talking, so you'll probably have more than 5.
Cool.
Good. Hey guys, so while we're kind of at ease and we've got a couple of minutes, I want to acknowledge, like, we have lots of candidates and they all represent us really well, but I've tried to make it a habit over the past several cycles to single out one or two candidates that really set the example, that raise the bar for other candidates, whose candidacies we want other candidates to model their candidacies after. The guys that set the example, the guys that knock the doors, that get out there and shake the hands and run clean campaigns and represent us well, and really ultimately are the face of our party to the general public, to the normies, to the non-libertarians, right? They're out there doing the work, and a lot of times those of us who do the work of the party, a lot of times we're not even aware of what our candidates are doing out there because we're doing the inner machinations. But you got to hear from Ryan from El Paso this morning, which if you got to hear from him, you can see how good of a candidate he is. But what we didn't do, because I was too hungover to make it early enough to hear him, is pass the hat for the guy. So I'm going to throw in $100 to his campaign, and I'd like to see that matched. Is there anyone here willing to at least match the $100 I'm going to throw in for the guy? We got. What's that? You wanted a little head? Guys, I've had a receding hairline since I started wearing a hat too tight for my head when I was riding bulls back in college. And I'll tell you what I told the doctor. I look better in a hat than with hair, so I don't care. Let it all fall out. Anyway, and I don't know what this interest is of seeing me without a hat on is, but if it raises money for the party, I'll take it off. Again, I'm not the treasurer Kate was. I'm definitely a downgrade from the prior treasurer. But I'll pimp myself out. I'll do what it takes. I love this party. But back to the point at hand, I've got $100 for him. Bill, you're in for it. Dave Marino's in for another 100. Was there anyone else? Mark Tippett's, one of the best candidates we've ever had, is in for 100. Mr. Rabbit here, in for 100. Anybody that is, Ryan, stand up so people can at least see you. Yeah, he's a touch on the short side. Here's our guy from El Paso kicking it out there. I need the link. How do we get the money to you? Woodcraftforelpaso.com. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair, for the point of personal privilege.
Hang on.
Joe, did I miss you? Awesome, Joe Caucus.
Hey everyone, this is Kyle. I help run the LP Texas website. We have a list of our candidates. If you can check out the list and support our candidates, but a lot of our candidates, we don't know their website or their contact info, so if you have info for any of these candidates, reach out to me on Discord and we'll get the list updated. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize Kyle's hard work on the website and appreciate him for that. In addition to that, I would encourage all of our counties, including especially our new counties, to remember that we do have an events page, and it is a very important place where people who are looking to become involved, they may go to lptexas.first before they look at xcounty.com or whatever. So whenever you're having an event, whether it be a big event or you're just monthly business meetings, your get-togethers, there's a link there. If you go to lptexas.org/events, the link is at the top, fill it in, and Kyle will almost immediately put it on there so that people can find you.
Okay. Delegates, just, I need mine, but not those. Yes, mine, but not theirs. As much as we would love to, we cannot proceed with any other business while we're in the middle of a vote. So y'all can get comfy up there. Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, can I make a quick announcement real quick while the voting's still being tabulated?
Please remember, I know everybody's getting antsy, but we still need quiet in the room while we're tabulating the results. And we have an announcement from a Delegate Schmidt.
All right, so I know yesterday I talked a little bit about my campaign. If anyone wants, I know that there's the list of websites for candidates on the LP Texas website, but if anyone else wants to know the website to where to donate for my campaign, it's nolanhenryschmidt.com. If you want, I did pass out, put cards on tables yesterday, or the day before yesterday, but I also got extra cards if anyone needs to know the website or any other information. Please just come to me and I'll give you one of my cards. That way, in case you want to donate, I can give you the information that's needed. Thank you.
What are we clapping for? So how would they have received it? Is it a copy? Everyone is supposed to have it. Okay. If at this time we will go ahead in preparation for our platform committee report, double check to make sure that each of you did receive a hard copy. They were passed out to you during lunch. If you did not receive one, there are extra copies up here. Please come in an orderly fashion to get one. What's this mean?
right, just a quick suggestion. The previous state convention, I put together an in memoriam to recognize all those individuals who have passed away. One of the hardest things about doing that, and one of the reasons why I didn't do it this time, is because we really don't have a central way to communicate, and it's difficult to do. It's very hard to find out who has passed away in the party since one state convention to another. And I would highly recommend to the incoming select members and to the incoming new officers that if there could be a simple email address where members can share news, whether it's good news or bad news. So we have one central location, so if somebody in your county passes away, and those of us who have been in the party long enough, we've buried enough. But if we have a way to share this information, so it's all in one location, so we don't have to go hunting this down, this would be greatly appreciated. Just one simple email account for LP Texas where we can share that information so we can come up with all this before the next state convention would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I think so too, because otherwise we wasted all that time. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Still tabulating?
We are.
Okay, you're still tabulating?
Go ahead.
Speaking of staying connected to the party, I know that a lot of you are on our Discord server. If you're not, discord.me/LPTexas. It's free. It will connect you to not only the state party, but you will be assigned to your county and your Senate district so you can get in the know of what's going on. So you can actively engage in conversations. Check it out. Some of you are familiar with Discord, some of you aren't. It is a great way to communicate not only with people across the state, but to stay connected with local events as well.
Kind of tying in with that, there's also several of us from different SDs, select members of the past have also created Facebook groups. So if you are new to your SD, if you're going to be new to select, maybe ask a previous select member if a group has been created for you. I know some groups are more active than others, but it might be out there that you can use.
Point of personal privilege.
Mr. Wilford?
I would just like to ask the body. Oh, sorry. I would just like to ask the body. I have misplaced somewhere my copy of Roner. You'll know it's mine because my voter card is inside it. So, if y'all find that, I would much appreciate you getting it back.
Mr. Watts of Harris County. on just a second. Okay.
While we're in holding, my name's Anthony Cristo from Guadalupe County, and thank you. I teach debate at Wagner High School. We are in the lower income area of the Judson School District, and a lot of the tournaments have been coming out of my own pocket because we didn't have the funds. So I have a GoFundMe, and I went ahead and tagged at LP Texas in X. So if you can, great. If not, I understand because I ran for Congress twice, and I know funds are very tight when you're, especially on election years.
Stay up here. Stay up here. All right. All of our nerds, come on. We all nerd out. We're nerding out here. This is our thing, right? How many of you were in debate? I'm going to tell you that right there, being in debate, choosing to do debate, was my introduction into numerous political philosophies. I'm going to require my children to be in debate because they need to know research, they need to know to be able to argue both sides, they need to be able to do all that. Debate is going away, just like civics is going away. All of these things that are very important to our children's education is going away. And I'm going to also urge you to go to his website and donate and help these students get to tournaments because I know what that was like. When I was a senior in high school, my debate coach quit. She had to. She had to retire based on Texas law, so she couldn't lose her pension. So what ended up happening was I had to go to, luckily I had just turned 18, went to the superintendent and the principal and debated my way to be the coach, and I, in my own Camaro, took students to debate tournaments so we could keep having a debate team. But that's what's happening. We can't let that go away. So please, please, give what you can and help them out.
Thank you very much. I would like to add something I forgot. I had one student at district. She swept the competition in Lincoln Douglas. She's going on to regionals. That's going to take place at the end of the month. And I could use any help to help get her up there, funding, everything else. Thank you.
my cheat sheet. It's 4 years old. Where did it go? Mr. Polsky, please come to the dais. We're not ready. Right. Yeah, that's been helpful. Right.
Just keep spinning. Just keep spinning.
Madam Chair,
Mark Ash, hello.
permission to speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to tell everybody a little bit about myself, and only 1 minute. I don't know if all of you are aware that I'm a property tax arbitrator, and I do encourage everybody who pays property taxes to arbitrate their taxes. And I'm one of about 160 approximately property tax arbitrators, and you don't like what the appraisal review board decided, the value, I encourage you to appeal it to an arbitrator. There is some filing fees. I'm not going to say it's a free ride. There's no free rides. There's no free lunch. But many times I have seen, as a property tax arbitrator, that they have valued it too high. And I encourage everybody to take that route if you strongly believe that your property has been valued too high. Because taxation is forced extraction, it's theft. Legal theft. And yes, I am continuing to practice as a criminal defense lawyer. That's a liberty project I do on the side. And I really, really am very, very happy to be nominated as the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for this body. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you very much, all.
Mr. Baker, are you seeking to be recognized? No, I'm just basic. Yeah. I know, everybody's getting antsy. We're working on it, y'all. It'll be well worth it.
Actually, Whitney, just to let all the single ladies here know, Milay broke up with Fatima, so he's available.
Who's that?
Milay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Request for information, Madam Chair.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Oh.
It's almost there. Oh. By the way, the results are about to be on the screens.
Been struggling with this question all day. Is it okay to hurt people and steal their things?
No.
Hey, Kyle. Starting in column H, there are 4 rows that are, or 4 columns that are just everybody who actually got elected. Just shift over. Yeah. Should be able to zoom in.
How many people? How many people is that total?
It is. That is the 76 delegates that have been elected.
Request for information.
Mr. Polsky?
Including this list, how many additional delegates received more than NOTA? All of them. All right. Then I have an additional motion.
Please.
I make a motion to.
We have a delegate who is recognized on the floor right now. Go ahead.
I make a motion to elect nominees who were not elected as delegates, as alternates up to the 76, which we just confirmed. Everybody is above NOTA, in the order that they received votes.
Okay. By number of votes received.
By number of votes received, and in the event of a tie, random lottery.
In the event of a tie, what?
And in the event of a tie, since it's alternates, random lottery.
Okay.
The wording may need some wording.
You know how many were on the podium?
108, I think it was.
So minus 76.
So it was 108, we had 76, 76, so 152. What's the total? 132?
I object. Tentative tie.
Request for information.
That's a good point.
Mr. DiBianca?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the earlier announcement. Did any of the nominees,
I need quiet in the room, please, so I can hear the delegate.
did any of the, I think it was 107 nominees, did any of the nominees lose to NOTA? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wilford?
is the motion considered to be on the floor at this time?
I didn't actually hear a second. That doesn't mean there wasn't one, but because I got distracted by focusing on ties that we've discovered here. So we're going to ask for everyone's patience for one moment.
Sorry, so he said 107?
There's 107 delegates total that were in the ballot.
Oh, okay.
We have 132 seats, which is 76 delegates and 76 alternates. So 152? Right, well, so that means we have
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
47. Math is,
Yeah, around
40.
40. Say 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
As long as we don't know.
76.
Okay, something that we just discovered with the two candidate, or the two. Okay, so the last two names on the list are actually part of a three-way tie. And so when the cutoff was up to 76, we missed that the very next person was tied with those last two. So,
Madam Chairman,
Which column is the last three?
Mr. DiBianca,
I move to resolve ties by random drawing.
by random
Random drawing?
drawing, okay. Is
Request
there
for
any-
information?
Yes.
Could rolling a giant pink foam die consist of random drawing that I know we happen to have?
Sure. Is there any objection to random drawing for those three people?
Objection.
Okay, Mr. DiBianca, can you speak to your motion, please?
I think that's going to be a faster resolution than anything else we're going to come up with.
Would you like to speak to your objection?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that some of the people that are in the tie are not here, and so a random drawing might not be the best way to solve this.
There are people on the list who aren't here, so I'm not sure that it matters if we, but thank you for that. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Mr. Cristo?
Anthony Cristo from Guadalupe County. Why don't we ask the three if any of them are willing to be just an alternate instead of an actual delegate? It may even be quicker that way.
And ultimately, it would probably be first alternate, so, yeah. Anyway, we still have a motion to settle this by random drawing, and we had objection. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on that?
I call the question.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed to a vote. Nobody else wants to talk about it anyway. So raise your hand to do the three-way tie, handle the three-way tie for the last two positions as delegates by random drawing. Opposed? Okay, that's what we're going to do. And then whichever one doesn't get it becomes, well.
Becomes an alternate.
Yes, then goes to your list anyway.
Number
so.
one alternate.
Yeah. Okay. So we also had the motion of, like, we're dealing with that right now too. I didn't hear a second, but I bet there was one.
I
So
think think there were several.
All right, so now we are considering taking number 77 down and by order of votes received and making them automatically alternates. Is that correct? Okay. No, yes. Okay.
I don't know if I need to yell objection right now, but I do have an amendment. So
Okay, is
whatever
there an
get-
objection to that?
Objection.
Okay. Do you need to speak any further to that, Mr. Polsky?
No, we've already discussed.
Okay. Would you speak to your objection?
My only objection is I am aware of one delegate who is a close friend of mine who did not wish to be on the delegate list, but wanted to be on the alternate list because they may or may not be able to make it. So I would like to amend to make Arthur Thomas the last alternate on the list.
Okay. I will second that.
Madam Chair, request for information. On the sign-up form, the option was to choose whether you were wanting to be a delegate or an alternate. So are there a significant number of people who said they wanted to be alternates and they weren't considered for the delegate list because of that?
I don't have the answer to that.
So my objection or my reservation about this at least would be I would hate to disenfranchise them because they were intending to just be included in the alternate selection.
That is a good point. Is there anyone in this room who is in that situation?
We did include the application of everyone.
I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you. Okay, so what we have is a motion to add 77 down in the order of votes received automatically to the alternate list in order, adding and also adding Mr. Thomas to the bottom of the alternate list.
Madam Chairman.
Everybody clear? Yes, sir?
I may want to move to amend because we may need to resolve ties also in this list, since we have to number our alternates. If that is necessary, I move to amend that we resolve those ties by random drawing.
That's already in the motion.
All right, so are you wanting to do that with?
If that's already in the motion, I withdraw.
It is already in the motion to resolve ties with the random.
Yes, it is. You're right, which is how we found the other tie. Okay, is there any objection to this amendment? All right. Then we've adopted the amendment. Is there any objection to the motion? Sweet. We've got an alternate list. The actual order will be reported as soon as we do the drawings, okay? Which means we still can't do anything else. So we have ties to resolve. Yep. That's true. And he did say. He did.
So we need Danielle Durant and Jonathan Casey and Lex Green over here.
Okay, Danielle Durant, Lex Green, Jonathan Casey. If you are present, please come forward. They're all three not here. Okay, so Danielle was here. So we will just roll for them. And we'll go highest. The highest number gets the, sure. The highest number gets the first spot. Does that make sense? Okay, rolling for Danielle. Where should I do this? This is weird. Do it in front of the podium. Oh, but it's gonna fall off. Y'all get this part if it falls off. It's gonna fall off. Oh no. Okay, yeah. Don't touch it. 7. I don't know how to do this without it rolling. It's gonna roll off, y'all.
So I was just informed my husband, Joseph Duncan, who could not make it because of illness, he did thank you for voting him as a delegate. He will be in DC with me, but he would prefer to be an alternate to allow the 3 people who have a tie to be seated delegates. So I would move.
Thank you, Joseph.
I would move that, or I motion that, or move, sorry. I move that he is now alternate number 1.
Any objection? Wonderful. Thank you for that. Thank you, Joseph. Okay, we're still going to do it for our alternates, though. We do still have quite a few ties for alternate at this point, so. You don't have to be the one to catch this. You can.
Point of information.
So our first tie on the alternate list is going to be between Joe Carl White and Trisha Carter. If either of you guys are here, you're welcome to come do your random thing.
Point of order.
Or that.
Yeah, I would just like the record updated that Joseph did get 59 votes, and whoever's up there got 58. The names were moved, but not the numbers.
You're right.
Quick point of information.
For what? What's the question?
That was for the numbers for the process because some people got moved around.
Okay.
So let's just.
So what is the question?
Oh, I just have a question for Whitney. Where did you get that die? Oh, that's so cool. We had a 20-sided dice this entire time. That could have solved so many problems. Right?
You are? Okay. Joe will go first.
Thank you.
All right, then how do we want to resolve Aaron Goss, Paul Thompson, and Robert Broadfoot?
I'm always rolling 20s.
They've been here, I know that.
If you roll a 1, you're gone.
Come here, I want you to roll. Go ahead, sir. Yeah. He figured it out. 3. He figured out how to make it. Paul Thompson. Okay.
Paul went home, so
Not so hard. All right.
Request for information. Is there anything preventing us from resolving these ties while we start to go through the platform committee report? Is this balloting and voting, or is it resolving a? Is it a motion that was put forth?
We're almost done. Daniel Keogh, Ivan Foster, Nikki Brashear.
Point of personal privilege. Just in the interest of time, can the people who see their names up here just start making a queue? You know, start working toward the front?
What was Ivan's? Taken care of. Okay. Darren Hamilton, Lee Hamilton, and Tyler Rittenbach. Yes? Okay. Completely backwards, of course it is. Angela McCardle and Clinton Polar. Got it. Crystal Bender, Michael Doyle, Stephen Decker.
Point of personal privilege. If the people who are going to come resolve ties could come line up so we could move this expediently, because I don't want to disrespect the platform committee by not having enough time to get through their report.
Michael Doyle and Stephen Decker. Start with Michael. They gotta stop that. 6, okay. All right. I gotta pay you guys. That's not funny. All right. Right. Austin Paget, Brandon Ruman, Jacques Rittenbach. Jacques? Yes, sir. Ooh, I got my mic back. Got it. Jacques Rittenbach? Rittenbach. The other one. Jackie? Jackie. I don't know. It's currently spelled wrong. Got it. They stay in that order. Nice. Tanner Tate and Timothy Tarvin, and that is the last one. Nope. Yeah, last one. Tanner Tate and Timothy Tarvin. That was for Timothy? Okay. All right, let's go. 15. All right, all done.
clear this out.
Madam. That's really
All right.
on my jacket. Wow, that's really hot. I know, right? It's a lot. This mic is really hot. Whoever's working sound. Woo! Your sound engine, your gain is way up on this. I'm way back. Thank you. Check. Yeah. Perfect. It's thank you.
Right. So the concern is that if something is
Like,
set
woo,
today
it's hot.
and they propose doing something else with it, and the
Target practice.
like let's say they want to amend it, and the body doesn't like amend it, or
I heard hit
or
me.
their proposal
Hit me.
for whatever reason, can the body then take it in?
Kyle, the alternate list is ready. It's just below the delegates.
Yes. While the results are being reported, the Credentials Committee has a report.
Current seated delegates, 130. Quorum is now 66. Two-thirds.
130, 66.
Two-thirds is 87. Four-fifths is 104, 104.
I did not check the math.
What? So total seated right now, 130. Quorum is now 66. Two-thirds is 87. Four-fifths is 104.
Okay, yeah, so.
We had it at one point, but then some more people checked out.
Are they up?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, the alternate results should be up. I'm seeing Jenny walking around right now reminds me that before the end of the day, please do not, or when it's time to go, please do not take your county identification cards, like the ones that are on your table that designated where your delegation is to sit. Please leave those here. In fact, is there a particular place we want those to go? Where would you like? Okay, they will be picked up. So please leave your county placeholders on the tables at the end of the day.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
should Arthur Thomas not be 32?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you. All right. Good job, y'all. We did that thing. All right. Any reason we can't go to platform? Yes. I am going to ask for a 5-minute recess for our secretary. And actually me. Yes. Yes. Is there any objection to that? We just need 5 minutes to, okay, thank you. just in case. All right, we are now moving into the platform committee report.
I wish to make a motion whenever it's appropriate.
Oh, wait, what is our quorum right now? Oh, 66. Yes, ma'am?
More checked out.
Okay.
Nice.
We've got an updated credentials report. Okay.
After our break, we are now at 123 seated. So a quorum of 62, 2/3 at 82, and 4/5 at 99.
Thank you. All right, the chair recognizes quorum, and we will continue. Platform committee.
Are we on now? Okay, perfect. Hey, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Darren Pollock. I was fortunate enough to be the chair of the platform committee, and we are going to propose mostly some sunsetting, renewing, and some other planks. We're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible, I hope. So none of y'all mess around, but yeah, I think we're going to be good on this. When we formed this committee, our goal was to make this obviously an outward-facing document. We wanted people to be able to read it who weren't libertarians and be like, okay, this is what libertarians stand for. This is what it means, and it's not too complicated, and it's not too long. Apparently, the Democrats and Republicans have novels, and we wanted ours cut down to several pages where someone could read it, and it makes sense, and they could decide to be with us or not be with us. So that was our goal when we set into this. So that's a lot of what we did. Is we did a lot of we didn't really cut a whole lot out, but we did a lot of reduction in verbiage. We did a lot of just slimming things down. And we hope you like what we did, but with no further ado, okay, so everybody that's got this piece of paper, the first thing we had to end up doing, we were consulted in the fact that our bylaws actually address this first situation, which is talking about making numeric and grammatical adjustments, because the platform does have numbers and letters and no wingdings, but yeah, there's a little bit to it. But we had put that initially as a suggested motion, and it was pointed out that that's probably redundant to the bylaws, because the bylaws allow us to make grammatical and spelling adjustments as needed with a 4/5 vote. So that's already in there. So it was suggested that we're just going to skip that one, and sorry it's in there. Next thing is we're going to talk about some sunsetting planks that we've had. And so the first one is, our non-controversial renewals, and we'll do them one by one. But the first one was the word and thought. And I'll just go ahead and read it real quick because it's very short and concise. But LP Texas upholds the ideal that government should not interfere nor discriminate in matters of personal conscience, such as religion, speech, creativity, or political activity. We encourage citizens to practice their freedom of speech liberally in an open marketplace of ideas. Likewise, freedom of thought and belief is essential to a free society. No one may force their own beliefs or others through use of government power or support. So that's a sunsetting plank that we are suggesting no changes to. So do I get to do this, Whitney, or do you do this as far as the vote goes?
Yes. So you're obviously moving this.
Okay. So this is our suggestion as a committee. And so, you don't have to say, okay.
It doesn't need to be seconded if it's coming
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
committee.
I'm an amateur here, my bad.
Is there any objection to this?
Objection.
Objection?
Do you need to speak further to it, Ms.
I think we're good with what it is, so.
I solely object to make an amendment. I move to amend the motion to renew all sunsetting planks without changes.
I'm sorry, you said you move to amend his motion by doing what now?
Renew all sunsetting planks that don't have changes, that are in this report. Yeah, the non-controversial.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, so Mr. Wilford is attempting to amend Mr. Pollack's proposal by saying instead of just proposal 1, he wants to go ahead and adopt the first 5 proposals, which represent non-controversial renewals with no changes. Is there an objection to that? I hear an objection. Okay? Mr. Wilford, do you need to speak to why you want to do that? There was an objection.
It's quicker. Let's do it.
Mr. Lozano, was that you I heard?
Motions that save time usually don't. I believe our bylaws require us to do it one by one. I'd be fine either way, but I think it'd be just as fast if we just voted yes, no on each of these.
Let's see.
He is correct. He is correct. It's been pointed to me out here.
Yes, I just saw that.
I'm reading the room here. I think this is a really popular motion, so I'm going to change it to suspend the rules in order to consider them as a group.
Second.
Point of order, is that suspending our bylaws or suspending Roberts?
It's a procedural rule. So
It's a procedural
yes,
bylaw.
So we can.
So it can. Great.
Yes. All right, so Mr. Wilford has moved to suspend the rules to adopt the first 5 proposals, which are non-controversial renewals without any proposed changes. And that requires a 2/3 vote. It has been seconded. Is there objection to that?
Objection.
Okay. We will proceed to a vote on the suspension of the rules. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? The motion passes. So the first 5 proposals are adopted. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Keep going.
Right on. So next up, we got sunsetting planks with suggested changes. And, sorry, is it, who's? Oh, that's Trace? Yeah, go ahead and speak to it, man. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. Trey Holtman, Tarrant County. It has been a pleasure to be on this committee. The only change, I think, on the statement of principles is in bold.
Wait, what? Statement of
So,
principles.
the new language, every human being is born sole owner of body and mind, free to live and act as each individual sees fit. It is our principle that a person who does not violate the rights of others should be left free and unrestrained. LP Texas opposes coercion of peaceful individuals. Governments may only exist for the sole purpose of defending the freedoms of people. And the reasoning behind this, we had a little bit of a very short discussion about which pronouns we should use, because there were some in the original language, and there's no debates over pronouns if they aren't used. And so the language was, we found the language to make this happen without any pronouns at all, and so that's what we went with.
You are, please clarify this for me. You're saying that all you're doing is bolding?
Yeah, the bold part is what we're changing.
It's the bold and then the one right.
Right. So it's every human being is born sole owner of body and mind, free to live and act as each individual sees fit. It is our principle that a person who does not violate the rights of others should be left free and unrestrained. And the next paragraph, the next paragraph too. LP Texas opposes coercion of peaceful individuals. Government may only exist for the sole purpose of defending the freedom of people. So that's the change we're proposing.
If I may, the second paragraph here was just shortened, just to shorten, tighten the language up and see what we could.
Yeah, and again, yeah, we're trying to make everything more compact and concise. We're trying to make something that we can basically hand out to people. So that's the motion that's the motion that we put out
Okay.
as far as the change goes.
Thank you. Is there an objection to this amendment?
Not objection, but, oh, well, there is someone else.
Is there objection?
There is an
to this
objection.
proposal? Okay. Do you need to speak to this further, Mr. Pollock?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I would like to divide. The reason I would like to divide those two paragraph questions. The reason I would like to divide is that this is our statement of principles. And the second sentence of the second paragraph I would like to keep, which says, these freedoms include the right to life, the right to liberty of thought, speech, and action, and the right to property. I would like to keep that sentence in our statement of principles. So I'd like to divide this question.
No, it's fine.
Although I agree with the change to the first paragraph.
Okay. I just want everybody to understand that, first of all, if we are going to attempt to amend our statement of principles, it will require a 3/4 vote of this body. And you want to divide.
I want to consider each of those two paragraph changes separately.
Okay.
Madam Chair, request for information.
Who is that? Mr. Westbrook.
So is it the case then that the third paragraph has been changed even though there's not any bold indicating that there was a change? Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, sir. It was just an oversight on our part.
Okay, thanks. I just want to double check.
Okay, we have a motion to divide. It requires, it was seconded, and it requires a majority vote, and it is not debatable. So all in favor of dividing this question into individual paragraphs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All opposed? The motion does not pass. The question will not be divided. Okay, so we are back to the main motion, which is the proposal itself. Is there further objection? Hearing none, the
Not
motion is
objection,
adopted.
but I wish to make an important point about it.
Well-
Objection, then.
Okay.
Objection. I wanted to say I'm in favor of the change, but I wanted to point out that this is listed as a sunsetting plank. The statement of principles does not sunset, so I just want the body to be aware, even if we do not pass this, the statement of principles will not sunset.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for noting that. Yeah. Okay, hearing no further objections, this proposal passes. All right, keep going.
Yes. So the committee reviewed the current defense of person and property plank and noticed that the plank had room for improvement. For example, the current plank references specific statutes. Statutes often change every 2 years. Therefore, we felt that it was necessary to remove the statutes and instead define the right to keep and bear arms. Such examples include manufacturing, owning, and trading firearms. Finally, we included body armor as a defensive tool, as defensive tools are just as important to speak to as firearms. Therefore, the committee moves this plank.
Is there any objection to this proposal? Hearing none, it is adopted. Thank you.
I believe we're on 1.1C, individual equality in the law. The suggested language change would read, LP Texas supports the full and complete protection of all people from biased legislation that violates individual rights. Governments should not discriminate based on individual characters or personal choices. The reason for these changes, I've got several that I've listed here. The original language has a list of groups, which in my mind it encourages collectivism. It's inherently exclusive because it's a list. It adds length to the party platform, and it empowers all manner of identity politics. And so we just felt like we would shorten the language, and we covered everything that was already covered with the new language.
Yeah. Point of information? Point of information?
That way.
Yes, sir?
Oh, question, point of information. If we want to keep the current language since it's sunsetting, what would be the appropriate motion for that?
Then, well, are you objecting to this proposal?
Yes, I would reject that, but I want to keep the existing language. So what would be the appropriate, to not have it sunset,
Then-
but to keep the existing language?
Yeah, you have to vote this proposal down.
Okay. Yes, I object.
Actually, hang on. You, I believe you can amend. You can move to amend. And it would, in this case, just be amend.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I move to amend to just keep the existing language instead of allowing it to sunset.
Yeah, substitute with the original language. Was that seconded? Second. Thank you. Is there any objection to the amendment? All right. Does the committee need to speak further to this change? Can we get Mr. Holcomb's mic a little bit higher? I'm having a hard time hearing him. I don't know if getting closer will
Sorry,
help,
how
but I
about
also
now?
don't want to
Is
make
this
you
good?
uncomfortable.
Testing, can you hear me? Okay.
Am I good now?
Yes, thank you.
So the primary, again, was to remove identity politics because for us, liberty is for everybody. And the goal is for somebody to look at this and say, I fit, I belong, I want more liberty. And lists inherently are exclusive. And so to me, I want everybody to join with us in further pursuit of liberty. That's why we made this suggestion.
If I might add, just to clarify, the intent is to condense our platform as much as possible. The Democratic platform currently in Texas is 57 pages. The GOP's platform is 49 pages, and they're both full of lists. And so we thought if we could eliminate a list, this would be a place to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, do you need to speak to your objection?
Yes, I wanted to speak to my amendment. Basically,
Or your amendment, sorry.
I don't see a real need to condense, but I do see a need to express libertarian principles, and I want to be quite clear about what we believe. Sure, lists can maybe exclude some people, but they include a lot of people that might not understand that we're talking about them in the revised language. So I think it's better to be more complete, more extensive than less extensive, and just let it up to people's imagination. So I think we should keep the current list that we have in the platform.
Thank
Point
you.
of order.
Mr. Ford?
He made the amendment. I made the objection to the amendment.
Right, I misspoke and I wanted to hear his amendment, yes. And now you may speak to your.
Okay, to my objection. So, you know, I've been fortunate enough to have my very first book published, which was pretty cool. And, you know, you write drunk, you edit sober. And I love my words. I have a lot of wonderful words. But when you go back and you review it, you go, what's the point of this? I just did an entire 2 paragraphs when what I could have said. The point is just 1 sentence long or maybe 2 sentences long. The reader's not going to like it. The students are going to hate me. In general, I love what you guys did. I fully support this entire packet. It's amazing. It does leave things not explicitly said, but they don't need to be explicitly said because it's there. And so I am fully in support of the shorter language. It is extremely much more readable. It will be easier read by folks that are out there. So I object to going back to anything where we add 2 to 3 to 4 paragraphs.
Thank you. Just to be clear, we are still in the amendment, and the amendment is to replace the proposal from the committee with the original language. In other words, making no change, basically, is the effect. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the amendment?
I'm going to speak again.
Are you?
Well, actually, I want to amend the amendment.
You what?
I'd like to amend the amendment. Move to amend the amendment.
Okay.
So I would like to amend the amendment that we renew it with the original language, renew it with the new language, but also include the last sentence regarding hate crime, that remain in the.
So
that
is not actually an amendment to the amendment. You're trying to amend the proposal.
So we would have to vote this up or down, and then I would
Correct.
propose a new. Okay.
Correct. Yes, the current amendment is to go back to the original language. So, is there anyone wishing to speak for that? Daniel, were you wanting to speak for?
He's in front.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of forward Ted's motion to keep the original language, I think that the original language has some important points on it that are uniquely libertarian. Specifically in the middle, the current language reads that LP Texas believes the government does not have legislative authority to define or restrict personal relationships. That's a pretty unique and important language that I recall previous conventions adopted, and I would not want to lose that, and rather than make a bunch of tiny amendments to this, I think we should just keep the original language.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against?
Madam Chair,
reverting to the
I'd like
original
to
language?
speak against Jack Westbrook, SD 31. And the fact of the matter is, and I used to do a lot of writing, so I know what I'm talking about. When you make a list like this, then the list is specific unless you include anything else like it. Okay, and what the former language, the original language did is it specified these things. And when that happens, it's those things and those things only because it doesn't say anything else. And so less is more. It's very specific in the change that has been made. They've done a great job, and I think we ought to consider that. I think we've heard everything to be said on this, and therefore I'd like to call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Oh, the question has been called. There's a second. Is there objection to calling the question?
Objection.
Okay, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Requires 2/3. Opposed? The question is called. We will proceed to a vote on the current question, which is to revert back to the original language instead of the proposal by the committee. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? The motion fails. We are back to the main motion, which is the proposal presented by the committee.
Madam Chair? At this time, I would like to amend the motion to say that we adopt it as revised with retaining that last sentence regarding hate crime legislation.
You got that?
Is that not?
So in other words, do I need to restate, to clarify, or?
Can you?
Okay, so in other words, I would like to amend the motion that we adopted as written, as revised, but to include the hate crime legislation sentence from the original. So to only include.
Add the sentence, we believe that hate crime legislation is
include that
unconstitutional.
original sentence and append it to the modified proposed one.
Thank you.
Is that not dilatory, reconsidering the same thing with an extra sentence?
Well,
No.
Okay.
We're fine.
Okay.
I did hear a second. Is there objection to this? Okay. Do you need to speak further to it?
I don't want to be dilatory about this at all. We have in Scotland people are being arrested for speaking out against different groups, saying things that are wrong-think. This is something that's already occurring in the United States. It's something that's continuing. I hold bigotry to be irrational and repugnant. We should not be going to jail because people should not be going to jail because they hold views that are irrational and repugnant.
Yeah.
Thank you. You objected?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Like speed of the I agree with what Joe Roberts is saying. However, it's covered in the new language. If government cannot make legislation that violates individual rights, those include our individual rights to freedom of speech and to say stupid things in public. It's covered. Everything on this list is covered. And it improves it because instead of saying we believe something, we are stating it as fact. We're not saying we believe government shouldn't do this. We're saying, or that government shouldn't be able to do this. We're saying this is a stated fact. It's no longer our beliefs. It's saying government can't do this. This is wrong. This distills our beliefs down to something manageable and doesn't give the casual voter a way to look at a list and figure out what does and doesn't apply to them. In summary, when will the labels end?
Thank you.
In favor?
Go ahead. Are you
In
are,
favor.
Are you seeking to be recognized to speak for or
favor of the
against?
motion.
Okay.
As this party, I believe that we do not want to live in 1984. I think it is in LP Texas's best interest to codify that in our platform by saying, I'm sorry, can you not hear me? Do I need to be louder? I believe it is in LP Texas's best interest to codify into our platform that we do not accept 1984 as our standard, and that is why I'm for this motion.
Wishing to speak against?
Also in favor.
Also in favor. Anyone else want to speak against?
I have a motion.
Thank you. Okay.
Move to call all pending questions.
Thank you. All right, so what this means is we will, there was a second, obviously. Is there an objection to calling all pending questions? Okay. We will proceed to a vote on calling all pending questions. All in favor, raise your hand. Requires 2/3. Opposed? The motion passes. So we will proceed to a vote on the amendment, and then immediately we will proceed to a vote on the main motion. Okay. The amendment is to adopt the language presented by the committee, but add the sentence from the original language, the last sentence from the original language. All in favor of this amendment first? We're doing the amendment first, which requires majority. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? The amendment fails. We are back to the main motion, which is to adopt the proposal from the committee. All in favor? This is 2/3. All in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? The motion passes. Proposal number 9.
All right. So again, the goal was, we are on eminent domain. The goal was to shorten and to expressly state that we are opposed to eminent domain, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No exceptions to the rule. We simply oppose it.
Any objections?
Object.
All right. Does the committee need to speak further?
No.
Mr. Lozano, did you object?
Yes, Frank Lozano, Cameron County. Move to amend to keep the existing language.
Second.
All right. Is there objection to this amendment? All right. Do you need to speak to it?
Sure. So the way that I read, and I agree with the rationale of the committee, and I do like that you all are trying to eliminate verbosity. It's very noble, and in most cases it's the correct move. However, the way I read it, we strongly oppose the use of eminent domain. Says, well, if there's a good enough reason, then eminent domain might be okay. The current language is under no circumstances should the government have the power. The government should never be able to take anyone's private property, regardless of how good and there are very good reasons to, but regardless of how good it is, private property is sacrosanct, and I think that our platform should reflect that, and that's why I moved to keep the original language.
Thank you.
I'm speaking for the amendment, so if someone wants to speak.
Okay, anyone speaking against?
I became a libertarian in 1992. This is literally what happened. I got the Republican Party platform, the Democratic Party platform, and the Libertarian Party platform. And I was greatly attracted by the fact that the Libertarian Party platform was short and clear. They talk about novels. Go read the national platforms for the Republican and Democratic parties. It's crazy. I had nothing to do with the platform committee this year, but I am thrilled with the effort they are making, and I encourage everyone to adopt their proposal here and to help to shorten on the other proposals as well.
Anyone speaking for Mr. Lozano's amendment?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Mr. Lozano said. Additionally, I understand that the need to reduce language is great. However, as was pointed out by the committee, this is supposed to be an explanatory document for those outside the party. I'm just gonna be honest, a lot of people don't know what eminent domain is. So in the interest of being explanatory so they don't have to Google it and say, well, what is an eminent domain? And we can do their homework for them. This is not, we're talking about 3 paragraphs here, we're not talking about a page and a half. It clearly lines out what is eminent domain so that people understand what that is. In the same sense that later on we'll be talking about qualified immunity. I have to explain that to people all the time. Eminent domain And the other thing I want to include is, for example, we have things having to do with transportation corridors right now, our Dallas to Houston railroad, our rail system. So these are things that people are still talking about, and so if we leave that stuff out, we're not giving use cases that are still relevant for us today in 2024 that are actually happening in our state.
Also in favor?
Also in favor?
Yes.
Anyone against?
The only I appreciate the desire to shorten it up and make it short and sweet, but it's not direct enough for me, and that's the reason I oppose this amendment. I have pledged to multiple people fighting eminent domain my life, my ammo, and every dollar I have. The Moses Roses stand that we took in San Antonio was very, very effective, and strongly opposes, it's just not clear enough. I'm bringing guillotines to the eminent domain party, guys, so we got to be a little harsher on this one, for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking for?
Yes, speaking for. I think the existing language is more harsh than the proposed language, and frankly, the existing language is not all that long. I'm not sure people talking about long, lengthy paragraphs. Sure, the national platform used to be really long, but this is not long. I think it explains our position very well, and I think we should keep the existing language.
A member of the committee would like to speak.
So I appreciate everybody explaining this, but I would like to see a show of hands. How many of you know what vested property is? What? That is in the next paragraph inside of the original language of eminent domain. We don't know what vested property is. This keeps it open for our candidates to be able to define what is important in their communities, because I agree with you. Where'd you go, Burns? I agree with you on bringing guillotines. 100%. Our right to our property is sacrosanct, and that is why we should strongly oppose it in all forms in the simplistic language that I can explain as a candidate and as a person. And that's it.
Anyone else against the amendment?
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move to call the question on the amendment.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The question has been called on the amendment. It was seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Okay. Well, there was objection after I said there was none. Okay. Raise your hand if you, to call the question on the amendment only. Opposed? Yes, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment.
Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope,
I'm
not yet.
out of order. Go
Not
ahead.
yet. The amendment is to revert back to the original language. Okay? All in favor, raise your hand. And this is a majority. Opposed? The amendment fails. Back to, you did not call all questions though, correct, Mr. Wolf? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Jack Westbrook, SD 31, and I rise to suggest to make a motion to amend the language that's suggested, just to say at the end of it, in any form. I believe that word was, that phrase was used twice and maybe 3 times when it was being discussed just now, and so I think if we say in any form, that covers everything that's listed here in the previous language, and we resolve that problem, any concern anybody has about it.
Second. It was seconded. Is there objection? Okay. Do you need to speak further to your amendment?
I was clear.
Would you like to speak to the objection? Oh, sorry. Who objected? Who is going to speak? Are you going to come to the microphone? Okay. All right. So we have an objection. Is there any further discussion on this? Go ahead.
I'll speak to the amendment. I think I'm reading the room, and that adding that language might actually strengthen the opposition language in the plank.
We'd accept. Okay. Anyone else on this amendment? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. Majority only. All in favor of the amendment adding the language Mr. Westbrook proposed, raise your hand. Opposed? The amendment passes. Now we're back to the main motion, which is to adopt the proposal. LP Texas strongly opposes the use of eminent domain in any form.
Objection.
correct? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I wanted to move to amend the amendment. To amend and
The
I wanted,
proposal.
yes, and I wanted to strike strongly and insert completely, just to further strengthen it. And
Any objection? Basically replacing the word strongly with completely?
Oh, no, you're not doing that for me.
Any objection?
Hey.
Okay, that's done. Okay. Do you need to speak to it?
it just seems like in this current age especially, there's language is being used against people often, and I think making it unquestionable what our position is beneficial to the party, and I think it's succinct enough to satisfy what their goal was today.
Who's going to speak against it? Okay, so raise your hand if you're in favor of the amendment, replacing the word strongly with completely. Opposed? It passes. Back to the main motion. The proposal now is LP Texas completely opposes the use of eminent domain in all forms, in any form. Which one was it?
Any form.
Okay, in any form. Would you like to be recognized on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Tom Mistley, Dallas County, Senate District 23. Happens to be a real estate attorney, not necessarily relevant in many places, but perhaps here I could tell you all about eminent domain, but I don't know that there's not a good happy medium in between what's existing and what's proposed. I'm not sure why we can't say if there's concern about folks not knowing what eminent domain is, I'm not sure that we can't simply say eminent domain, comma, defined broadly as governmental taking of private property, comma, in any form. Am I proposing an amendment? No, because I haven't been here long enough to be sure if I'm reading the room right. But if we're concerned about eminent domain not being defined, we don't need 2 paragraphs to define it. We need a phrase to define it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on this proposal?
Madam Chair, I move to amend according to what Tom Mistley recommended because I have been here long enough.
Because you what?
He said he hadn't been here long enough, but I have, so to, like I said,
so do you have language?
Tom Mistley, I invite him to come back up and to
So
give that
when you come up
expert
here to
opinion.
make an amendment, please bring language with you.
The taking.
Kyle, will you switch to the incidental motions document? Okay. Sure. Taking of what property? Was that it?
Any governmental taking of property.
Is that right?
Yeah, private property.
Sorry.
Yeah, I heard somebody say private. That's probably important. That's the language I've mentioned. If somebody made an amendment to propose it, God bless it.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. All right, do we have the?
It's just boring. It's fine. If they want to do it.
He didn't say that to me.
But it's just flowers.
I'll be objecting as soon as we get this the second.
Who said that, Trey?
Bless you.
Nah.
Okay.
Objection.
So we have an amendment. Y'all can see it, I guess, right? LP Texas completely opposes the use of eminent domain, broadly defined as any governmental taking of private property in any form.
And an objection.
Okay, I believe it was seconded. I do
Yes.
hear objection.
Yes.
Nope, they're gone. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak to my objection. So I'm an educator by trade. I love to define things. If you come to Harris County and for one of our meetings, I'm constantly, I guess, abusing some of the Roberts rules to help explain concepts to those people who are new. So I am fully for giving an operational definition. I am fully for teaching folks. However, in this situation, I don't think it's appropriate, just simply because we are adding more verbiage to this. The teachable moment for what eminent domain is should be the party, should be the outreach, should be the candidate, should be us talking to folks about what eminent domain is and why it's wrong. And if we're going to start, and again, I appreciate, and I as a teacher, I'm all for this. Here as a delegate, I'm against it because if we start defining our terms and creating operational definitions for everything we do, this thing's going to get longer again. So again, back to my earlier point, let's keep this, the KISS method. Keep it short and sweet.
Anybody else for the amendment? Mr. Roberts?
It's 8 words.
It's what? 8 words. Anyone else against? Mr. Dixon?
Pat Dixon, Travis County. I object to the amendment in 2 parts. One is, when I read this, I think it may be insulting to the reader, as if, oh, you're not smart enough to understand this, so we're going to explain it to you. I don't like it for that reason. But the other thing I'm concerned about is this committee spent months trying to carefully craft language so that they've considered things. I'm not telling you not to come up here and propose any change. Sometimes they may be good, but when we're doing this on the fly, be really careful. And I'm concerned some of these really good proposals are going to get wrecked because we're just doing stuff on the fly. So be more judicious in suggesting changes.
Hear, hear. Anyone speaking for?
I have a motion.
Mr. Wilford?
We've spoken this, we've picked it. I think we have a good motion so far. I think we could pick it to death, but there's other things I'd like to get to. So I would like to call all pending questions.
Object.
Thank you.
Object.
There is objection, obviously. So, all in favor of calling all pending questions? Raise your hand. All opposed? They are all called. So we will proceed to a vote on the current amendment, which is the basically definition of eminent domain. All in favor, raise your hand. Only takes majority. Opposed?
Close. Real close.
Oof. Okay, let's do this one more time. Like, really stretch, guys. All in favor of the amendment, which is the defining eminent domain, raise your hand. I'm saying it right now.
These underlined words, you are voting to redefine eminent domain. Oh, okay. Thank you. In the legal sense.
Raise your hand if you want to keep the amendment. Okay, opposed? That was 34, by the way. Oh, this is more. It failed.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are on back to the proposal, which has already been amended. LP Texas completely opposes the use of eminent domain in any form. This requires 2/3. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Proposal 10.
Very small point of order on the screen. I hate to do this. There's an extra comma in there that was part of the amendment.
Thank you. What? Something about a comma?
There was an extra comment that left over.
That was already meant.
We don't need a comma anymore.
To Stephanie. Are we ready?
Okay.
Oh. Yep.
Ready? Number 10? Do it.
Okay, so
Don't wait for me, just go.
This one is directly related to privacy, and as we are libertarians and we have debates over what is defined as as property, the only change is real, personal, or intellectual. Again, the goal is to let each candidate decide what is relevant to their constituency. I do not want us to have to argue over whether IP should be covered or not. That's why this was directly removed, to give it the flexibility we need.
We did have someone reach out to us
Yes. And further, we did have somebody reach out to this and specifically request this, so it was discussed amongst the committee that it was a good suggestion. And that's it.
Any objection to this proposal? Number 10 is adopted. Go, go, go.
Amanda, this is yours.
Let me see. You're saying
I
it
know.
has to come from the
Okay,
chair?
so this one is party affiliation. LP Texas opposes mandatory party affiliation. We support voting as a voluntary expression of the right to freedom of association. LP Texas opposes partisan labels on the ballot and straight ticket voting. Basically, we took out a little bit of words and it just to tighten it, and from a comms perspective, that other one would fit really great on a graphic. So.
Yeah, that's because we're forced to.
Any objections?
The proposal. LP opposes mandatory party affiliation or mandatory voting. I think that's important because people should not be required to vote if they don't want to vote. They shouldn't lose their government jobs because they didn't vote. They didn't, and that could happen. So it would be party affiliation or, that's a separate plank? That,
No, are you?
No, I just think that mandatory voting may creep up and has been creeping up into our system, and we should have something to that effect in our plan.
Mr. Ash, are you making an amendment?
I was just going to make
proposing an amendment?
I was proposing oppose mandatory affiliation or voting. So it'd be 2 words, or voting. Or mandatory voting, 3 words.
LP Texas opposes mandatory party affiliation.
Or mandatory voting. So it would be 3 words, or mandatory voting, that's it.
You want or and?
Oh, it would be probably be better, and,
Okay.
yeah. And, you're right, and. Party affiliation and,
We have a proposed amendment. To, I did not hear a second.
Is that right? On the
I
screen?
did not hear a second. So. I still have not heard a second, so the amendment.
Okay, we got a second.
It was literally 3 words that were repeated over and over again.
Objection.
Okay, Mr. Ash, do you think you need to speak to it any further?
I don't need to speak to it any further, but
okay.
I think that we need to make it clear that we're not here
Okay,
trying
thank
to
you.
get people to vote.
Thank you. And anyone speaking for the objectors? Mr. Wilford?
Yeah, I have 2 main objections on this. One, I don't believe this is the right place in our platform for it. Part of the goal of this committee, I think, was to not only reduce the size of it and make it more concise, but to reduce some of the weird artifacts in there, and I think this puts another one in there. The other one is, it is apparent to me that the maker of the amendment had not well considered his amendment when he stepped up to the microphone, and I think it is irresponsible and haphazard to be adopting on-the-fly, not well-thought-out amendments. So for that reason, I oppose this.
Anyone speaking for it? Daniel?
I personally believe that adding
adding this little section and mandatory voting makes clear that we oppose government forcing anyone to vote. Voting and not voting is just important as voting for your candidate. Showing your dissidence is just as important as showing your support. And so I believe this is a good addition to the platform.
May I say something real quick? The title of this is simply party affiliation.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking against?
I'm against, Madam Chair.
You are? Okay.
Madam Chair, Jack West, I'm sorry.
He's next.
Jack Westbrook, SD 31, and I rise to oppose the amendment for the simple reason, well, let me just say it. It's very clear in the next sentence where it says, we support voting as a voluntary expression of the right of freedom of association. It's very clear. We don't need to do the amendment stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Secretary would like to speak for.
If this amendment should be made, I do actually think it is well seated in the party affiliation section, simply because there are a lot of places where how you vote determines your party affiliation. And so if we are subject to being required to vote, we would then be subject to being required to affiliate with a party.
Anyone else speaking against?
In addition to what Mr. Westbrook says, this is not the problem we have. We have people not voting. There's no sign in our country, at least, of anyone trying to force everyone to vote. So it's not really germane at this time.
For? Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, we need to stop this wordsmithing, and I call all pending questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Any objection? Okay. We will vote now on the amendment, which is to add the words "and mandatory voting." All in favor? Opposed? The amendment fails. We are now voting on the proposal itself as presented by the committee. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Number 12.
Yeah, and so our taxation plank.
What is taxation?
I mean, it's that freaking simple. I know we went through and I'm sure there was reasons for it, but these, all these taxes that were like specifically listed. What did we have? Let me turn around here.
Gross margin.
We had gross margin tax. I don't really necessarily even know what that is. Property tax. The tax increment reinvestment zones. We had all these specific taxes. How difficult is it to figure out that we're really not in favor of a lot of taxes whatsoever? And I may be in the wrong room, and I may have to go join a different party after this, but I think that this is pretty freaking simple. And I'll just leave it at that. Mr. Holcomb, did you have anything?
I just want to read the language because I'm so proud of this part. LP Texas believes the individual is entitled to the entire fruits of their labor. Therefore, every confiscatory tax established by the government is theft. LP Texas believes that regardless of their basis, taxes are inherently oppressive and destined to be misused and misappropriated. LP Texas believes that infrastructure should be paid for by the end user. Private goodwill and charity are far more efficient than coerced wealth redistribution schemes. A voluntary society will solve more problems than government. Therefore, LP Texas calls for an end to all taxation. Where taxes cannot be eliminated, they should be minimized or replaced with user fees.
Any objection?
Objects.
Does the committee need to speak further?
No.
Who objected?
Jack.
Go ahead.
Frank Lozano, Cameron County. I'm hoping to have a friendly amendment to it to delete the word confiscatory.
There's no such thing as a friendly
That's
amendment.
true. But this one's cutting down on verbosity, which apparently everyone seems to want to do today. So I'm proposing an amendment to take out confiscatory tax simply because I think it adds confusion I'm not quite sure if the committee's saying that there are certain taxes that are not confiscatory, but I think all taxation is theft, and therefore we should delete the word confiscatory and say that every tax established by government is theft, which it is.
Madam Chair.
Second.
Did you catch the amendment?
Second. Madam Chair.
Any objection to this amendment? Hearing none.
I don't object, but I do really like the word confiscatory, but apparently some people think it's shit, so whatever.
This is definitely something that Darren and I went back and forth on, and I was like, confiscatory, is it really? And yeah, that's.
I like the word.
Okay, I did not hear any objection to that amendment.
It's pretty friendly.
Okay.
It's pretty friendly.
Maybe there is a such thing as a friendly amendment. All right, well, that's done. And then we are back at the main motion with that one change. I don't know which one of you was there first. Yes, sir, go ahead.
David Johnson, Williamson County. How many of you paid for parking when you parked today? No. Okay, so we say in the new language that LP Texas believes that regardless of their basis, LP Texas believes that infrastructure should be paid for by the end user. You didn't pay for that parking lot, so this puts a tension in saying that we say how it has to be paid for. The market determines how things will be paid for. I move to strike that sentence and move the rest of the text in that paragraph to the previous one.
Can you please clarify for me which paragraph and which sentence?
Yes, so the third paragraph begins with LP Texas believes that the infrastructure should be paid for by the end user.
Yes.
I'd like to strike that sentence and then move the remaining sentences into the second paragraph.
Okay.
Makes it shorter.
Thank you. Did you catch it?
No. I will show you.
Okay. Is there objection? Is there objection to that amendment?
Point
Okay.
of order. 420. We have other business. I'm just kidding. I'll withdraw. I just wanted to have some fun.
Oh.
Hold on a second.
We're getting the language up. Essentially, just to recap, we are third paragraph, strike the first sentence of the third paragraph and move the remaining portion of the third paragraph to the second paragraph, making it now a 3-paragraph proposal.
Madam Chairman.
There was objection. Do you need to speak to it any further?
No, I think this makes it shorter and removes what would be, I think, the only objection here that would get in our way of our candidates' policies.
Is there anybody at the microphone who is opposed to this?
Madam Chairman, I don't know if this counts, but I move to call all pending questions.
Okay. That counts. All right, so I heard a second. Is there objection to calling all pending questions? Hearing none. Okay, we proceed to a vote on the amendment. Again, it's just striking the first sentence of the third paragraph and moving the remainder of that paragraph to the second paragraph. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? It passes. Okay, so now we are back at the main.
I'm sorry, who made that amendment?
David Johnson.
That was David Johnson.
I'm the only one who wanted that, so there's...
The main motion now, which is the proposal that has been amended already. All in favor? Opposed? Proposal passes.
Perfect. Not bad at all.
You thought you were going to run out of town for that one.
That's you.
Okay.
Do you have HOAs up? I can't see.
All right, so am I correct that we are now into the sunsetting?
Yeah, it was the one that we wanted to sunset.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we originally decided when we were looking at the platforms what was relevant in people's thoughts today and what they cared about the most. And HOAs felt like, yes, I agree with the plank. I have no issue with the plank, but it's just not a question that a lot of folks have when they're looking forward to the state planks. So that is why we recommend to sunset it.
Is there any objection?
And it was unanimous, yeah.
I hear no objection. Done.
Yeah, I'm up on qualified immunity. So, qualified immunity. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. It's something that I've been working on for 20 years. I found evidence of me protesting this back in college, which was way too long ago, which is why we're presenting qualified immunity as a plank. I think it was a travesty that we did not have anything about one of the greatest civil rights violations that are inflicted upon us by governmental employees. It's not just police. It's your local child protective services. They disagree with you how you raise your kid or what have you, they'll take your kids. What's that? Prosecutors, everybody. If you're a government employee, you have qualified immunity for the most part. So to put this forward, LP Texas supports the abolition of every legal doctrine that shields government employees from civil liability.
Is there objection? Pass.
Don't rock.
Garda's on the rock.
There was objection.
Did not hear it. Gotta speak up, people, especially if folks are clapping. Okay, so do you need to speak anymore to committee? Go ahead, Mr. Cougar.
So I'm actually highly aligned with the general idea. I'd like to strike civil. That's it.
Oh, yeah, actually a good point.
Yeah, I want to put him in jail, right? You abuse that power we gave you. Go to jail. Do not pass go.
Yes, thank you for that.
I will clap for that.
Yeah.
That was essentially an amendment.
So, just to be clear, qualified immunity is a
Wait, Mr. Pierce, you have not been recognized, and I can't hear you because people are still talking. So, was that an amendment?
I would like to make a motion for an amendment.
And what was the amendment?
To
Civil.
to strike the word civil, and that yes,
That's
that is
it.
all.
Nothing
Okay.
more.
Thank you. Civil. Yeah.
The rationale's not part of it.
The rationale is not part of it.
Madam Chairman.
I did hear a second.
Objection.
Is there objection?
Objection.
Who's objecting? Go ahead.
Frank Lozano, Cameron County. I believe that as libertarians, we are against criminal liability generally, or at least in most cases. I don't like the idea of using something that we're against to punish people, even if they have done something wrong. I think the proper course of action to correct behavior is in civil court, not criminal action. Therefore, I do think it's better to just have it remain a civil liability and not try to keep putting people in jail endlessly and have the incarceration of this country balloon as it has been for the past, as long as I've been alive. So I'm against the amendment.
Is there anyone speaking for the amendment?
Madam Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
In the chair's opinion, how much time will we need to elect our presidential electors?
How much time do we need to elect them? Honestly, I would say we can probably do it in about 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Or less, if you do it right. Okay, ready? Anybody speaking for?
I have an motion.
Mr. Wilford?
I think the amendment is simple, and I think the plank is pretty simple, so I call all pending questions.
Thank you, sir.
Is there objection to calling all questions? Okay, all in favor of the amendment, which is to strike the word civil, raise your hand. Opposed? Amendment passes. Main motion now lacks the word civil. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you. Number 15.
I'll make this very quick. This committee considered, I apologize, I should have had this up before. The Defend the Guard plank was proposed as the committee considered the recent actions in Ukraine and the Middle East. This plank would oppose the mobilization of the Texas National Guard outside of the United States of America, except upon congressional declaration of war. Therefore, I move this plank.
Yeah, and
Of course,
so, I mean.
this is your time.
Thank you. But, I mean, yeah, basically, I mean, we would love to say that no Texans can go to overseas wars to fight wars for whatever reason that the United States government decides to, but at least the National Guard, we kind of have some control over, I guess, as Texans. We would like to just push that point first. So that's why, that's kind of how this amendment was crafted, or this plank was crafted.
Thank you. Any objection to Proposal 15? I hear objection. I'm guessing the committee doesn't need to speak any further.
No.
We just want to hear his objection.
Yeah, we'll hear his objection, that's fine.
Daniel Keogh, Tarrant County. While I generally oppose sending our people to war, sending troops to war, and I generally I support Defend the Guard, there is a definite argument to be made here. The reason why they send National Guard at all is to increase awareness, to make sure government isn't overspending a war. It was created during the reason why National Guard is being sent is to increase awareness and to make sure the government isn't digging its heels in too deep, that the public will have a massive outcry against it. And so I believe that this sort of situation is important to at least increase awareness of wars being fought overseas rather than being silently fought over and us bombing children in Yemen. I believe it's important for that reason, but I generally do oppose sending National Guard over there at all.
Thank you. Anyone speaking
For the...
For, yes.
Yeah, so, quick question. When was the actual last declaration of war that we had? So it's been a while, right? So technically we haven't been in a war. I think this is a very timely plank, given what happened last night. If you're not paying attention to the news, pay attention to the news. Iran launched an attack against Israel. It was an attack where they sent bombs against Israel, which means we could very well wind up getting pulled into another war. So I am fully behind this plank item, if nothing else, because it very clearly states congressional declaration of war, which we haven't had in a very long time, but yet people are dying. We're in debt. This is wrong, so I am fully behind this plank.
I move that we call the question.
Okay. Any objection to calling the question? Okay. All in favor of this proposal, raise your hand. Opposed? Passes. Thank you. 16. Holy crap.
Want to start first?
Yes. The committee proposes this plank for two reasons. The first is felons have a difficult time getting a job, being licensed for certain occupations, renting an apartment, buying a home, and have certain rights taken away, such as purchasing and possessing firearms, voting, and holding office. These prohibitions are above and beyond the initial consequence of violating the law, such as potential prison or jail. The second reason is the Platform Committee believes in rehabilitating offenders, reducing recidivism, and rewarding offenders who reintegrate back into society, instead of continually punishing offenders after they have served their sentence. That is it.
Nice. Thanks, Nathan.
And I would just like to say that this conversation started in our platform committee because I worked with Derek Rose. He was going to try to run for mayor of Houston, and because he had a felony from when he was like 18 that was nonviolent and just a drug charge, and he could not run for mayor. And so that was what really drove my passion for this.
So the minority report will come up if you choose to not vote the first one in, I believe is how it works.
Yes. Madam Chair?
So yeah, the minority report then just strikes nonviolent from the entire discussion there, so it's that simple.
Yeah. All right, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, I was conferring with the secretary. Is there any objection to
Yes,
this
objection.
proposal? Okay. I don't know which one of you was there first.
I have a request for information.
Yes, sir.
How many committee members signed on to the minority report? Okay, thank you.
It was kind of all of us, like, we all thought that the minority report was the best choice, but.
Yeah, we would,
a little safer.
I think that we would agree that we all preferred the nonviolent striking, but we understand that some people may not be okay with that. So this is the dice we're rolling.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
All right.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to substitute the minority report.
I heard a second. Is there objection? Okay. Mr. Sharp? Mr. Brown, do you need to speak to this?
Just briefly, probably the same reasoning most of the platform committee wanted the nonviolent out of there. I think if you complete your sentence, your debt to society, you should be able to get back your rights, such as voting rights, et cetera. So I don't think we should be specific in just leaving out or just specifying certain kinds of offenders. All offenders should be getting their rights back if they've fulfilled their debt to society.
Mr. Sharp?
I'm looking at this from the perspective of running for office in Houston, Texas, where every third post on Nextdoor is fear of crime, fear of home invasions, fear of attacks, fear of jugging. There's a jugging story in the news at least once a week. Whether crime is actually up or down doesn't matter. If people are afraid, they're afraid. And being able to point to nonviolent will help me in my race. If we don't have nonviolent and they say that the libertarians want to give rights back to baby rapists, we're screwed.
Anyone speaking for?
I do not believe that the platform stands for government granting rights and therefore to limit violent offenders who have paid their time and have been rehabilitated, is how we put it, as they come out of prison or out of whatever punishment they had. I don't believe that our platform allows to discriminate against giving them back their rights. Our rights are not granted by government. Therefore, we should not allow the government to determine who can and cannot get their rights back.
Microphone one.
Okay. So I agree with the intent of both of these. I like the original with the nonviolent offenders, and it's solely for the purpose of what will help or what will hurt our candidates. I totally agree. If you were put in prison for a violent offense, let's say it was a mugging, and you served your time, and you did this when you were 20 years old, and you're now in your 50s or 60s, you did your time. But the problem is, and we all know this, because we're being looked at and we're fighting lawsuits, as Lee said, it's going to be, oh, so you're okay with pedophiles. So I'm not saying that this is my point. The thing is, this is what's going to be used against us. So I am 100% for the nonviolent part in there, but I'm afraid that removing the nonviolent will be used as a club against our candidates by those people looking for any reason to try to attack us. And it's for that reason only, and that reason why I'm against this switch to the minority report.
I just want to speak real briefly on that. This is exactly the type of issue that we spent at length a lot of time talking about, is what offenses are violent, what are non-violent, what if we put in non-violent, is the government now suddenly able to decide who's violent or non? Different type of offenses and conduct can be violent, some can't. Drug trafficking, money laundering, simple possession, many things. And so this is exactly why we had the regular nonviolent and the minority report, to be able to give the convention the opportunity to really hash this out, because it is a hard topic to discuss, and it's a very hard road to go down is to, because you could take many pathways on what's violent, so.
Anyone at the microphone speaking for the amendment, Mr. Roberts?
I think we can read the room here. The committee, even though they submitted the original as is, they were all personally in favor of the minority report. I think that we can all agree that the question is one of optics and pragmatics when it comes down to the campaign. I don't see that there's anything else to discuss. We all have our opinion. And so because of that, I would like to call all pending questions.
The objection to
Objection.
calling all pending questions.
Objection.
There is objection. All in favor of calling all pending questions, raise your hand. Opposed? All right, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment, which is substituting the proposal with the minority report. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Yeah, the amendment passes. We will now proceed to a vote on the proposal, which is now the minority report. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you.
My next page is blank, so thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. We are now at the nomination and election of presidential electors. As I said before, this can be a very, very fast thing. Mr. Polsky, I believe I saw him here first.
All right. I would like to make a motion that to hopefully speed this up, to automatically accept all applications that have been submitted for the presidential.
All applications that have been submitted as of 4:43 right now this minute.
Correct. I believe there is less than the total number of delegates we get, so.
Okay. Just to be clear, I want to read the rules on this because this might be new for a lot of people. We get 40 because that is a number equal to the number of congressional representatives and senators we have in the United States Congress. And so it's 38 plus 2. That's why we get 40. You can refer to bylaw VD9 for more information about that. Eligibility, I assume, has been verified for the applicants. Let's see, any voting member who does not hold any office or profit or trust under the United States shall be eligible to be a presidential elector. So if you work for the federal government, you are not eligible. So that's the one thing that we would need to check. All right, and as of now, we have how many who have applied or submitted interest?
33.
33. Mr. Polsky has moved that we enter all 33 of these individuals into, or you just want to make them electors? That was your
Correct.
motion, just to go ahead and make them electors. There was a second. Do I hear any objections?
Objection.
Okay, Mr. Wilford has objected. Do you need to speak to this?
No, I think it's pretty obvious.
Okay, Mr. Wilford.
Yeah, so a couple points. One, we don't have enough to fill our electors, and we have to fill them all, or else our presidential candidate didn't get on the ballot. Secondly, though they're not many, there may be some things that we want to verify in these people. And third, we have a bylaw that already allows Select to do this. So I would like to make a motion to postpone that motion indefinitely and dispense with this item so Select can take it up.
Mr. Wilford, I need to ask you a question. What can you cite to confirm your claim that you have to fill them all?
Oh, that's an election code,
Okay.
and the electors are the ones who vote for the president.
That's correct.
Request for information?
Request for information.
Mr. Hale?
Are nominations still open? We can fill them with people that can be there on December 16th that are from the floor, right?
Well, technically, I suppose 31 people were nominated by way of filling out a form. And, right, I mean, the effect is there are 31 people who are being proposed as elected. So if they weren't nominated to be considered, they were actually put into consideration to be elected.
Right, so we're going to be 9 short or 7 short, apparently. Are nominations still in order? See what I mean?
Request for information?
So, how did you word it? How is it worded?
Thank you.
That's true. Okay, so, Mr. Polsky, unfortunately, that is out of order because our bylaws say we can't elect by slate, and that actually would be an example of a slate.
Can I amend my motion
thank
or
you.
make a new one?
What's that?
Can I amend the motion or make a
Please.
new one? Can I nominate the candidates that filled out the application?
Objection?
Objection.
Okay. Mr. Wilford?
I still make my motion to postpone this indefinitely and dispense with the business item, so Select can take it up at an appropriate time when there's time to discuss it.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone, which is, you lay on the table.
Request for information?
Is that you?
Yes. If we were to nominate, or if we were to elect all the nominations for today, can Select backfill?
Say that again?
If we were to elect all the applications that were nominated today, can Select fill the rest at a later time?
Okay, you're asking if we go ahead and proceed with the 31 that have already
Correct.
Applied, can then we leave Select to just do the remaining 9?
Correct.
Mr. Wolford, is that?
I'll read the bylaw. I think it's dubious, but I'll let you determine. Or maybe Andrew should be the one to make this call. If for any reason the state convention cannot or does not select presidential elector candidates, presidential elector candidates shall be chosen by the select.
I would also say yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right, so do we need then to postpone this?
That's my motion, yes.
Okay. Even though Select's still going to go do the thing. And it's basically us doing the thing and then Select doing the thing.
So I feel like we're getting into debate, but at this point, I would like Select to put their eyes on the list, see who's on it. I'm sure
Okay.
they're going to approve the same list, but yes, I want
Okay.
Select to take
Gotcha.
time.
Okay, so.
I agree with you.
Basically, just basically deferring it to Select.
Request for information.
Can you repeat your motion? What'd you say?
What?
Yeah. Indefinitely. Postpone indefinitely. Okay, and that's just a majority? Okay. All right, we have a motion to postpone this action, which is the election of presidential electors.
Object.
Indefinitely.
Object.
There is objection. I'm aware. So postponing indefinitely means that it doesn't have to be picked up at any particular time. Yes.
Request for information,
Yes, it means
please.
that it's out of your hands, nothing else that you can do with it as delegates. It now belongs to Select.
Yep.
Okay?
Request for
I
information.
do hear objection. I heard Mr. Coogan objected?
I objected.
Go ahead, sir.
No, it's on the agenda. We may as well address it.
Pardon me?
It's on the agenda. I would prefer we address it here.
Point of
with
order,
the
Madam
power-
Chair. This is undebatable.
Yes, thank you.
Request
Okay,
for-
all in favor of postponing indefinitely?
We have 3 requests
Which
for
would
information.
essentially mean
Including me.
that the Select would take it up.
Request for information?
We're in the middle of a vote.
But
We are in the middle of a vote. All in favor of postponing indefinitely the election of the presidential electors, raise your hands. Opposed? Passes. Okay. We're done with that. Thank you. How many minutes did that take? All right, moving on to the next order of business. We have other business. There was a resolution, petition was circulated, it met the requirements to be added to the agenda. I have the petition here if anyone needs to examine it. It is for a resolution, motion to, are you ready? Okay. To adopt the hashtag Texit resolution. Oh, Yes, motion to adopt the hashtag Texit resolution at the 2024 LP Texas State Convention. And you have the,
Kyle, if you want to put it on the screen, it's under the other business folder.
this will require a 2/3 vote of this body to adopt this resolution.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Jack Westbrook from Randall County. I would like to make the motion to adjourn, which is always in order.
Always in order, not debatable. All in favor of adjournment at this time, raise your hand. Requires only a majority. Opposed? Passes. We are adjourned. Congratulations. Thank you. Andrew needs to tell us. If you are a new select member, you have a meeting immediately following this. So your chair-elect, well, actually now the state chair, Mr. Andrew Emmeling, will direct you on where to go for that.
On behalf of all of the members of LP Texas, I would like to thank Whitney Bilyeu for 4 years of intense service to this party.
Delegation captains, please get the buttons, the voter buttons. Delegation captains, please make sure your folks don't leave before you get their voter buttons back and turn them back into Credentials Committee, please.
What? Okay. Hey, select members, select elect, we'll just meet right in here. So we'll take a short bio break, kind of reset, and then let's gather up here in the front of this room.
new clipboard. A clipboard, the guys who did that resolution.